Good afternoon, everybody. We're back on Virtual Pool 4 online, and we've got a triple header of matches coming up this afternoon in this year's VP4 10 Ball Masters Championship. And the first match is going to be in about 5 minutes time, or just under 5 minutes. And as you can see on screen, I've posted the match order. We have a match at the top of the hour at 2 PM British Summer Time, and that's going to be between Cobra and Bedhead. And remember, these are all races to 14. It's 10 ball. It's a call shot game. All banks and combos need to be called. There's no jump queues, and it's winner breaks. Good afternoon, Albie. First player in the door, or first viewer in the door. And then, well, the Cobra Bedhead match has the potential to go 2 hours and beyond, but most of them have been round about 90 minutes or just over. It just depends on how things go. If there's a bit of safety, it might go a wee bit longer, but the plan is to jump straight from the Cobra Bedhead match to the next match at 4 PM 1600 British Summer Time. In fact, I should add that this match at 2 o'clock is a first round match, and the match at 4 o'clock this afternoon is a first round match between McClarkey and VP Monster. Good afternoon. And then at 6 PM 1800 British Summer Time, we have a round 2 match between Popman and Semi Pro, and so at 1800 there's actually 2 matches, unless there's been any other additional ones in the bracket. But there's a match between Mooncake and Chico that's due to start at the same time, and what I may well do is just jump out and jump into their room and have a quick look and see how things are going. There's other matches have been arranged as well, not necessarily for today, but my plan is to do these 3. It's going to be, it could take anything up to potentially 5.5 hours, 6 hours, again depending on how the matches go. I've already had a quick snack when I got home from work, so hopefully I can hold out. I may well yawn a little bit, because normally I have a nap when I'm back from work, and I haven't had my nap, so I may well sort of drop out for a few minutes and then drop back in. Anyway, welcome everybody. Well, who's to say how Cobra and Bedhead is going to go? Bedhead, of course, is more than the potential to create an upset, if you would say. Cobra would be the expected favourite, and probably will remain so. It's all a question of whether Bedhead can possibly build up a lead, put a bit of pressure on. Is he going to be leaving these big Bedhead cuts, because that's going to be the undoing of him? Cobra is much more likely to be more accurate on the positional plate. Bedhead tends to be a bit loose and leaves himself these awkward cuts time after time, and that's usually what catches him out in the end. But he's certainly more than capable of taking down Cobra, so we look forward to that one. And it's now just knocking on the top of the hour. Now both players were here. Cobra was in practicing, he still is. Bedhead isn't, he's been in away mode. I presume he's not in a room, no. So he seems quite content just to drop into the room and do his warming up during the match. So good afternoon to anybody else who's just arrived. Thank you for your company, and we are about to go. This room should be going up in about the next 30 seconds. Now, I posted on Pool is Not Dead on Facebook. I don't know whether my post has been authorised. It might be authorised too late, but welcome to anybody who's dropped by from Facebook. We should be streaming live on Twitch. We are streaming live on YouTube, and we should be on Facebook as well. My little doodle, I'll check that. It should be fine. Yep. It's always a bit laggy when I'm not actually streaming. It works fine when it's in the game. It's weird, it goes a bit laggy when you try it. When you actually aren't in the match. When you're in the lobby, it's a bit laggy when you use a little doodle. There, the room up. So in we go. And the cloth is at the right colour. Out to who? Good afternoon, Abby. So Cobra is in. Hopefully Bedhead isn't lying there asleep. But if he is at his computer, he will be getting the audible alert to let him know the room is up. And I think he might have 10 minutes to get in the room. So we will lag for break. Let me check my other camera. That's a big zoomed out camera. Where the HUD disappears, sometimes it sticks, but we know how to fix it. Well, I'm a stickler for demanding high quality play as far as these guys go. We've got two of the strongest players in Virtual Pool 4, and anything less than good quality will be poor. We demand the best. Right, well, I'm going to wait another 2 minutes before I send him a PM just in case. I don't want him to be sitting in the lobby and then all of a sudden he doesn't show. Well, here we go. I was panicking too soon. Right, again, I presume that's Bedhead and the Bedhead nearest us. I can't remember what queue he's got. Anyway, here we go with the lag. And it might be close, this. No. Oh, Cobra has won the lag, and he will break, and off we go. Now straight rack this time, straight away. Now can he avoid that 7 ball? I think even if he runs into the 7, he'll have a shot in the 2. He's going to, if he pots a 2, probably run into the 4 depending on the angle, but the 3 is open. The only worry is that he lands stone dead on this 7 ball and then doesn't have a shot in the 2, so he's got to be careful. Now you see what I was talking about. He hasn't. He didn't go to that with much confidence because there was always likely he was going to land stone dead on the 7, and he wouldn't have had a shot in the 2. So he wasn't really thinking very well there, because he should have hit that harder to at least get the cue ball out some way or other. And why he didn't see that coming, I don't know. But he's given Cobra the opportunity to punish him straight away. Now, where's the problem going to lie? Well, immediately the problem will be getting from that 7 on the top rail down to this 8 ball, knowing that it only goes into one pocket unless he wants to try and play you changing game streaming in ATS. What's up, Ron? Is it saying that the game I'm streaming is 8? I haven't changed it on Twitch. I haven't changed the actual game. I think that's what you mean. I probably forgot to do it. I was in so much of a rush. Aye, because the last thing I was streaming was American Truck, so I probably forgot to change the actual game. Yeah. In fact, I don't even think I did it on YouTube either. I've probably forgotten that as well. So, wrong side of the 6. So he's going to have to run down the table and up the table, and then from up the table down the table. Now that's 8 ball. Well, obviously you don't want to come down this side to be playing a combo, but to go down that side to play the 8, you need to be fairly close on it, so that's going to decide the first rack if we can get there. Welcome to all the latecomers. And Cobra has the choice of what way he wants to go here. He can go down the right and try and get good to be able to play the combo. He can come back down to the left, which would be the shot, but it requires, both shots require accuracy. It's all about the pace. It's either left or right. Well, he's made his decision, and well, he may well just tuck in behind that 9. That was always going to be the stumbling block, and how good he could get on the 8. Well, no pocket being called, so he's looking to get, well, he's calling a pocket and he's calling the combo. Well, this is going to be a good shot at that angle. He needs to watch the cue ball as well here when he plays this. Yeah, he's thinking different here. Going for the bank now. And remember, it's a minute shot clock and a minute extension. Well, I thought it would have been easier to play the safety. He's going all out for it, and he's got away with it. Bedhead can certainly get distance here, and if he can tuck this 8 ball far enough to the right, he can get that cue ball up to the right as well and use the 9 ball as cover. That's a possibility. Certainly looks like the shot I'd be playing. A wee bit of left on it, oh sorry, a wee bit of right on it to maybe help the cue ball go over to the right hand side. Well, he got that too thick as far as I can see. Needed to get that thinner with a bit more pace, but doesn't seem to be any damage done, although Cobra can use the 9 ball as a stopper and get distance between the two if he wants. Could even use the 10 ball as a stopper and push it forward, which is what he's done. Now again, it needs to be thin, or is he going for the reverse bank? I think he had a wee think about it there. The reverse bank looks good to me. And it's in all the way. Where's the cue ball going to finish though? Well, this is... Well, this goes. But the cue ball's running. Nice. He likes the bank better. He's going to have to get up the table though. Well, he's managed to hold it. I thought that cue ball was going to be spinning away, so Bedhead is going to win the first rack. After his first shot that he played, it didn't look likely, although he had that safety net of that awkward position from the 7 down to the 8 for Cobra, which in the end was Cobra's undoing. So it's 1-0 to Bedhead, and again 2 breaks, 2 dry breaks. Well, he can't get to the potting angle. He can certainly punch this 1 ball around the table. He'd be better calling a safety just in case it goes in, but at the end of the day you just call a miscall. But now, is that going to squirt past? I think he's still got the cover, but these balls are lying very nicely, and it may well all come down to who gets this 1 ball first, because there's nothing locked up. Every ball's got a pocket, and Bedhead first of all needs to find a way to hit the 1 and then just hope he gets safe, but I don't think he's got much room to work with here at all. He certainly can't get it looking it down that way, and he's going to be hard pushed to get it down this way either. Now, how about going that way, or is that angle not on? I thought that might be a way of doing it. Maybe not. Well, in the end that's nothing. So ball in hand to Cobra, and he should run out. What about the 4? Well, that is fairly tight, and well, it's ideally a straight in shot's fine because you can just roll through for the 5. He's just gone a wee bit to the left, but he should be fine. So it's 5 ball. I would be drawing up as far as I can here if he can. I don't know, I think he's got a wee bit of an angle here. That might be the problem. He can still draw off this 5, but he wants to really get this as straight as he could. That way he could just drop right behind the 7. This is now a wee bit awkward because the cue ball obviously wants to go forward and left past the 7 ball. So it may well be to stun the 6 in, get the cue ball down to the left and then back up to the right into the middle of the table to cut that 7 into the corner pocket, which is what he's trying. needs to keep going. That will do. And it needs to keep going a bit more. Now if he plays this plain ball, he's probably going to run into the 10, or going to be very close to it. It might just go to that middle diamond in the bottom rail. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, this is now awkward. Right in on the rail, but it's a straightforward enough draw shot. He needs to get into it enough if he can to go over to the left to leave a half decent cut in this 10 ball. Although there's another shot going forward. The shot going forward is the one I like playing sometimes, is forward with right hand English and you punch right around the angles, but he managed to get enough into it, and so Cobra's going to square the match. Of course, again, a reminder, it's winner breaks, not alternative break, and no jump cues. So again, we're just waiting on whoever's going to get a ball in a shot and run a rack. Well, this time the first ball has gone in the break, 3 ball has gone, but no shot for Cobra. Well, these balls aren't sitting too bad here. It's a 1 ball game again. Well, the thing is, if he goes up towards the 8 ball as a push out, he's leaving himself open to a lot of trouble. Yeah. Now, is that going to entice Bedhead into playing the combo? Good afternoon. Yeah, the reason he didn't play up the table, he could have played up there as a push out, but the thing is, he would have ended up behind all these balls here. He would have been snookered in his next shot. So the 7 ball has been called, pushing the 1 to make the cut in the 7, but we don't know where the 1 ball's going. That's the problem with this shot. Well, he's now decided on the push out. No, wait a minute, what am I talking about? That was Cobra that played the push out. Bedhead was changed his mind on the ball he was calling. What was a foul? No, it wasn't a foul. It was Cobra broke off, played a push out. It was the push out notice that was up on the screen, not a foul. Not that I noticed. And the only other thing that happened is that Bedhead initially chose the 7 as a combo. Have I missed something here? The way I seen it, what part of it was a foul? I saw Cobra break, come up dry, play a push out, and then it was Bedhead at the table. Am I watching something different from what you guys are watching? Where was the foul? How was the foul committed? Push out was not called. I saw the push out notice. because that's what Cobra was doing, and he played a push out, and then Bedhead called the 7 as a combo. The top right hand side of the screen was saying foul. It was somebody's seen something I didn't see. It was a push out in the top right hand corner, not a foul. Anyway, it's 1 rack all. Bedhead looking for the kick on the 1. And once again, a good reminder for anybody watching, if you're playing a kick on a ball, then for goodness sake just call a pocket out of habit, because you never know what can happen. Well, it's given Cobra a shot in the 1, but it's nowhere near easy. And once again, the cue ball is quite close to the bottom rail, so Cobra's limited by what he can do, and if he just plays this to pot the 1, he's going to run up to the right hand side, sort of up here, although he can still see the 2, but he's not going to have an awful lot of options unless he puts some fire into this cue ball to get it running. I'll have a quick drink. Well, he's managed to get a bit of dig in it, and I think he can still cut this too. That's a pretty good shot, bearing in mind where the cue ball was sitting. Yeah. Now, if he brushes into the 7 and he brushes it on the correct side, he'll have a shot in the 4 past that 6. It's tight. Well, the brush on the 7 hasn't worked out. He's going square on the 4, and now he's got a bit of a dilemma here as to what he does. He's looking at the cut angle into that middle pocket. This is a toughie. That's a good shot. Well, again, no excuse here. Just go forward and back up the table for this 6 ball. 7 into the right middle. Again, as long as he has the angle, there's no problem in dropping down or up the table for that 8 ball. It's getting back down for the 9, and it should be all over. And I think he's got a pretty good little angle there. So once again, anything but dead straight on this 8 ball is what's required. And he's got plenty of angle there. So we are 3 racks into this match, and well, 25 minutes from the start time. Bearing in mind it didn't really start on the top of the hour, maybe a few minutes after that. Well, we could be here for a little while. We've got a 2-hour gap between this match starting and the next match in the schedule. So, well, whatever happens, we'll stay with this match and then we'll join the next one in the lineup whenever this one's finished. But it's 2-1 to Cobra. The break is dry. There's a none too easy 1 ball here. Now, for some strange reason, Matthew, I was taking bets that you'd be a no-show, and I was right. Well, if I apologise when I was wrong doing these streams, I'd be apologising every 5 minutes. No, I think was your match not due to start at 11 PM British Summer Time? Yeah, I was ready to stream it. I think I was all set, ready to go if you turned up. So it's ball in hand once again. This time it's a little 1-6 combo for Bedhead. Now this is important. Yeah, I was there, but it was late at night, remember, and my brain starts shutting down at like 8 o'clock. And Bedhead really has to make the most of this visit, but there we go. He's in his favourite position, trying to play an awkward cut on a ball to stay at the table, and this is, let's have a look at that. Well, he's got a few millimetres off the rail, but it just means the cue ball's travelling, although he's going to be really unlucky not to have a shot in the 3, but he has to hit this hard enough to get into the table. He doesn't want to try and play this dead weight to the 3. He wants to bounce off the bottom rail and the top rail if he can, because he's bound to be in the middle of the table. Well, he's going to run into the 3, and he's missed the 2. So it's like I said prior to the match, Bedhead just gets himself in too many awkward positions, and that's what usually is the undoing of him. Left the awkward cut in the 2, ran into the 3. Having said that, the 3's hanging over the pocket, but now Cobra has a chance to administer full punishment for that mistake. And these are the shots that Bedhead fairly regularly does in his position. Sometimes maybe putting that wee bit more English here or there can create a better angle rather than letting the ball run straight, in which case you end up high on the ball having to make a tough cut, and that's going to hang. I thought that was going to just hang. It was going to the rail too soon, but it just got there, and Bedhead's going to be in trouble. I thought that was going to be sitting there, I think Bedhead maybe I thought the same, but he's going to have to, again, if you get a ball tight to a ball, you just narrow down all the possible angles that a player has, and that shot that Cobra's played there has got Bedhead nailed to the 10 ball, so there's very little avenue away out of this situation. He's going to try and skim past the 9. Well, it looks as if that's what he's trying. If he banks, well, he's going 1, 2. What's he trying to create here? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rails. Nope, I don't know what he tried there, but that's not the way I seen it. But Cobra gets his reward for a tight safety, and it looks, well, provided he can get from the 7 to the 8, which shouldn't be all that much of a problem, but it looks like we're going to have the first gap in the proceedings. That gap's going to be 2 racks. Maybe one thing to look out for in the rest of this match, guys, see how many times that Cobra leaves himself awkward high cuts, and how many times Bedhead does it, because I don't believe it's my imagination, but a lot of the time I've watched Bedhead in the streams, he leaves himself high cuts. Now obviously if you get the cut, the ball will go because the ball's got a pocket to go into, but when you leave them, you've just got to get it flush for it to go, and that 2 ball is the first one that he's missed, and I'm sure it's one of probably a few more that may well happen. But anyway, the pressure is immediately on Bedhead, especially now that Cobra is leading by 3 racks to 1 and also has come up dry, and straight away here Bedhead's going to have to take a risk. He's going to have to smack the 1, pot it, and hope that he moves something. That's his only option, unless he's thinking and trying to get up the table to play a 2-6 combo. Now to do that, he'd have to play this with, as he looks, probably right hand side. Well, he's going left hand English, so he's looking to move something, or is he looking to try and find a gap? That we don't know. I'm assuming he's trying to break something out here. No, he's trying to find a gap, and it needs to get as straight as he can to play the combo. That's not bad. Of course, the risk in that shot was being able to find that gap, so he's done well to get there. And the other problem is where the 2 ball's going to end up, like that. You see, that's the problem with that shot. Okay, done well to get to the combo, but of course when you have to play the cut onto the 6 ball with the 2 ball's going to squirt away, so it might have been better to try for the breakout, and hopefully, you know, with that shot might have got luckier. Needs a bit of luck here though. Needs to find some cover. Well, that's not bad. I'm looking to see what he can do here. He can hit this half ball and try and hide up in the left hand corner. Well, he's went for the pot, but I think he was maybe more inclined to try and get the cover there, but he's left a cut on. These are the type of opportunities that Bedhead has to punish Cobra. Cobra's made a mistake there, albeit it was not an easy pot if that's what he was attempting. But Bedhead has to make the most of this to let Cobra know that he's in a match. If Bedhead just falls away and doesn't get on this 4, and Cobra just clears up the rack, then you know it's not making any sort of statement of your intent. And this shot is a problem immediately in finding a path to get down to this bottom left hand side without hitting anything. There's room behind a 5 to get over to the right and down to this left hand side, but again, he's, rather than using a lot of spin, he's tried to do it with stun, and we know what happens with the stun. The firm stun into these pockets, as soon as you hit the knuckle, it ain't going in. But we're going to see the same shot from Cobra, and he will get it with the spin. How's his luck? Not too good. So it's a lifeline for Bedhead. Now he could cut the 4 to the right rail. The safety shot would be cut the 4 to the right rail, thin it, and spin the cue ball up there. Bring that 4 ball back across this way and try and get the cue ball up the table. He shouldn't have a double kiss, but the problem here is the 8 ball might be in the way. That's the danger with that shot. Now what's he trying? Across bank again. Double kiss is a danger here. Did he call that into this left hand bottom corner pocket? I think he did. No, he's just playing safe. You see what he did try what I was mentioning, but he hit it far too soft, and he ended up with a double kiss. And once again, Bedhead has to punish him. The cut isn't difficult, and he's got plenty of room to get out onto that 5. He has to take this out. He wasn't expecting a second chance at it, but he's really got to make the most of it. And of course at 3-1 down, there's that added pressure on his shoulders. He knows the consequences of a mistake this time. Can't afford it. Now can he just drop this in? He sees, no, he can drop it in. Just drop it in dead weight, and he can draw off the 8 across for the 9, or just roll through. It's a roll through, nothing fancy. And he's going to be back to within 1. I think it's important for Bedhead to stay with Cobra as deep into the match as he can, because it then transfers the pressure. Of course, the other thing is Bedhead doesn't want to be trailing Cobra all the way. He wants to try and really get into the match and try and get into the lead. That's the obvious objective, but he's certainly got it back to within 1. 2 ball has gone, no shot in the 1, although he can try and tuck in behind the 3 and 4 here, or he can skim it. Well, he's banked it, and he wanted that 1 ball to run into the 3 and 4, and that's gone wrong. And now it's just a run through in the 1 for Cobra, and he wants to run as far down as he dare. Yeah, that's a bug in the bracket. That'll clear up, and that's a good shot because he's actually gone as far as he did dare. That way he's not running into the 4. So the other thing is the angle he's got. Can he just hit this gentle enough to run over there and try and leave the combo on the 4 and 9? That's what he's trying, and that's pretty good. Couldn't have played it much better. So 4-9 combo, but the 4 is going to hit the rail and come out. Five is at the opposite end of the table behind the 6 and 8, so there's a bit of work to get done. Well, he certainly doesn't need to look for an angle to get to the 5 because he's got a perfect angle, and if he lets this run and avoids the scratch in the left middle pocket, he should be right down in the right hand corner for this 5 ball. Maybe he doesn't like the angle. I think he's trying to dig in. Yeah, I think the danger was it was maybe squirting to watch that towards the middle pocket. So he's gone to the left side. Now he's got a choice in what he does here. Can stun the 5 in and play the 6 into the same pocket, or he can run round behind it to play it in the opposite corner pocket. Looks as if he's just going to play the stun. And it's looking pretty likely that Cobra's going to widen that gap immediately in response. So Cobra back into a 2-rack lead, 4 racks to 2, into rack number 7. Straight rack again. 8 ball goes in, 2 ball goes in, shot in the 1, and if he just cuts that 1 across gentle enough, he can have a far out 3 10 ball combo down the rail if he wants to try that. But if he wants to get good in the 3, he's going to have to punch the 1 in, get the cue ball off that end rail and back up the table. Yeah, that's what he was planning, but he's missed a 1, and again it's deja vu here. Cobra's given Bedhead the chance. Now can Bedhead take it out? Now he's going to have to do a similar thing here. He's going to have to get a fair bit of pace in this to punch the 1 in, get the spin in that cue ball and get it moving so he can get behind the 3. Is he going to try and draw into the 3 to move it? That might not be very successful. He's playing left hand, so he's going forward to spin off 1, 2, 3 rails and find a gap between the 9, 6 and 7. That looks like the plan. Needs a bit of luck. 1, 2, 3. He's found a gap, and that will do very nicely. And now the same problem again. These 3 balls on the table, in the middle of the table, could end up as a blocker if he just cuts this 3 and runs across the left hand side of the table. And remember, he doesn't have a jump cue, so he's going to have to ride his luck here unless he tries to go over elaborate with this shot. And that's what I think he's worried about, you know, just cutting it and letting the cue ball take its natural path. There's a strong danger he could be stuck behind the 6. And he's managed to find a gap, and that will do. Always a risk. Can he take this out? Perfect little angle on the 5. Can just run onto that left rail, come out, take the 6 into the bottom or the top right hand corner as we look. Now he didn't really want to be there. He wanted to be sort of there, but I made it simpler just to pot the 7. Now the cue ball wants to go that way, and that's always a problem. He might be drawn towards that 9 here. Yeah, now he's back in control. It's amazing what a slight angle does on a shot. Just creates a wee bit more of a problem if you don't get it nailed. But he's home and dry in this one. But like I say, he doesn't want to be chasing all the time. He wants to get a move on. He wants to do something that's going to signify his presence in this match, and all he's doing is chasing at the moment. Back to within 1 for the second time. Is he going to get a break in a ball and a shot? Looks fairly straight again. 1 ball sitting stone dead. It's hardly moved. Nothing has gone in, I don't think. Has it? Nope. It's dry. The 1-7 isn't a combo. So 4-3 to Cobra in this race to 14, in the first of our triple header matches this afternoon. The push out chosen. Now again, with the push out, Bedhead can play from there, or he can put Cobra back in. Now the thing is, if that cue ball ends up anywhere over here with a sight on that 1, then there's a possibility the 1-10 combo is a billiard. So you don't want to be anywhere over here. But it's certainly not going to be there in a second or two once he plays this shot. And he'll be happy with that outcome. And Bedhead really needs to get this 1 ball safe if he can, because all these balls again are all there for the taking. Every ball's got a pocket. And he's looking at possibly his last shot in this rack right now. How's his luck? I don't think it's too bad. That'll do. He won't complain about that. That's the sort of luck you need. And now the pressure's on Cobra. Same thing applies. Needs to get it safe, or he'll give Bedhead a chance. I never banned you. I got somebody else to ban you, because was you not the guy asking the same bloody question every 5 minutes? Well, you can ask questions, but don't ask the same bloody question every 2 minutes. That's why we got rid of you the last time. I'll just take a minute time out and I'll deal with you if we do get problems. We don't want somebody hogging the chat with daft questions every 2 minutes. Well, Cobra has finished awkward here on this 4 ball. Is it an all out cut down to this bottom right hand corner pocket? I think that's his only option, because it ain't going anywhere else but that corner pocket. This is a toughie. Now, what's he thinking here? Trying to make the bank? He's going to have to, well, if he's trying to do that, he's going to have to cut that to make a bank. But I'm sure he called the middle pocket there. No, he's just playing safe. He's trying to fool me, so he is. Now, if Bedhead's brave enough to pick the edge of that 4, get it thin with a bit of spin, he can get this safe, but he's called a pocket, but I think he's just playing the safety. Well, do what I did, get both. Now that 4 and 7 are very close to being set, although the 7 looks as if it's going to the jaw. And Cobra can certainly see enough of the 4. So he's going to call the 7. But he's actually going to have to get this 4 very thin to make that possible combo. And he's had a good attempt at it, but it was always going to go to the jaw there. Actually went to the rail. Now Bedhead can play this very gentle and try and tuck the cue ball. Well, I don't think he can, there's not enough room, so he's calling the billiard. That's not bad. Now can again, I don't think you can see enough. He could play, well, the cue ball's right on the rail, but he could, if you were desperate enough, you could dig deep into the 4 and try and cut the 6 in and billiard onto it. But he looks as if he's called the long bank, has he? Yeah, ain't there. And that 6 ball is guarding that corner pocket, because the 4 won't squeeze past it. He could play the little skim off the 4 and the billiard onto the 6. That looks the easiest shot to me. Yep, 6 ball has been called. And of course the other problem is the 4 ball. The 4 ball is going to come out into the table, but we don't know whether he's going to have a shot. He's trying to play it gentle enough. That's well played. Simple enough. 4 ball, 5 ball into the right middle. And well, I'm going to jump the gun here. Bedhead should be all square. Absolutely no reason why he shouldn't be after this visit. He's got a nice little angle in the 7, not a lot to do with the cue ball, but he wants to get out to the left a wee bit, and that will do it. Although he might be a bit straighter than he would have liked. Yeah, so he could just draw back again, but if he draws back, he's going to draw back to the inside of this 9 ball. That's the danger with this shot. He could go forward with a bit of spin, but he's coming back. He doesn't want to pinch too much here. Watch where the cue ball goes. You see, he's got enough in it, but the cue ball's gone inside the 9 is what I was talking about, and that's now left it awkward. That's created a problem. Needs to spin around and get out, and that will do. Well, it's been hard work, but Bedhead's got himself to where he wants. He's got it back all square, and he can basically start again. The chasing has been done, the chasing has been completed, and he's now broke off in rack number 9, and 3 balls have gone down at least on the break. We've lost the 3, we've lost the 6, and we've lost the 9, and he's got a 1-8 combo to at least give him a start, and it needs to be a gentle one, because again, he doesn't want that 1 ball to squirt away too far. And well, what's his other option here? He's going to find the gap between the 8 and the 2, and the 2 doesn't go, so he's going to have to judge the pace to get around here for another combo. That's the shot. He doesn't want to go too far. He wants to be sort of within this area here. He's not got a big margin of error. Or is he going to try and do something here? Yeah, he's trying to create something, and he's just made it worse. Well, I don't know. I think he should have took his medicine. Did he go around and have a look at that combo? I don't think he did, because he's now given himself the high bedhead cut down the rail here for this 2 ball. I thought it was a lot easier just to go round the gap, get the pace right, and leave the combo. Well, that has worked out, although I don't know whether that's what he played, but he's only left half of the 2 ball shown, and it's the wrong half as far as Cobra's concerned, because he's scratching off that right side of the 2. Yeah, that is a good shot. That's excellent. But it's an easy kick in behind the 2. And he's got to call this bottom left hand corner pocket if he's going to play that shot. If he's going to spin off that top rail and kick the 2, he's surely got to call a pocket. He hasn't called anything, which is a bit worrying. Yeah. Well, he's calling the middle pocket. But he wants to get enough pace in this for it to try and get down the table here to this bottom rail. That's the plan. Oh, he hasn't hit that anywhere near hard enough. He's just trying to get it to the side rail. Well, it's an easy safety for Cobra. Oh shit, he hasn't hit a rail. And that's bad. That's bad from that position. I would have thought it would have been better to hit that firmish, kick the two up the table or down the table towards us and try and get it a dead weight pace to the bottom rail here, but in the end he's trying to push it to the side rail and he hasn't got enough pace to get the cue ball to a rail or the object ball, and it's a gift for Cobra. Well, this is not settled yet because he's dead straight in a 5. He can't afford to take any liberties with this shot. He can go forward, and the further forward he goes, the further away from the 7, but the straighter the shot he'll have in the 7. Well, he's played the draw. And a similar problem here though. He's going to have to run. Yeah. And he's close to the rail, so he's going to have to get the cue jacked up. If he doesn't do anything with the cue ball, he's going to go close to that top corner pocket, looking at the angle he's got. He's digging in now, and that was always going to be the problem, having to dig, and that'll be the miscall. And so it is going to be a gift for Bedhead. And he's got out of jail there, but that's what happens. You just get that slight wrong angle and it gives you more work to do, more to think about. And he missed a 7 because he was close to the rail, jacking up the cue, maybe put a wee bit of unwanted English on that shot, and that's why he missed a 7. And lo and behold, Bedhead has got himself in the lead, and the 2 ball's going to drop. And he's got, well, he's certainly got no easy shot in the 1. Although if he cuts this in past the 9, he's going to come around the corner and out for the 3. It's a brave shot if he goes for it. Danger of the scratch as well with that shot, which is probably why he thought better of it and looked to get cover, but he hasn't got it, and he could be in trouble himself here in a minute. Easy safety for Cobra. Try and bring that cue ball, send the 1 off the rail out into the table, and bring the cue ball back towards the 4 and the 10 ball. Now he's called the bank into that middle pocket. Is he calling it full-blooded, or is he playing the safety? We're about to find out. Well, so he's gone all out for the bank, but why he did I don't know, because he ends up having no shot in the 3. And he's got out of jail, he's got cover. That wasn't what was planned, but he's managed to get out of it. Now if Bedhead can hit this side, he brings the cue ball that way, pushes the 1 that way, he might get cover. Well, he's sort of done it, and he's got it safe, and that will do. Doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get it safe. But same thing here for Cobra. You can use the, what the ball is at the 8 ball up there. He can use the 8 ball as a stopper, and he can bring this cue ball down this table as far as he can No reason why he shouldn't. Plenty of room. And that is a shot. Now Bedhead has got to kick this from the right hand side, in behind the one, and punch the one up the table. And if he gets it right, he'll leave the cue ball up near that top end of the table and send the one down here somewhere. He's called the 8 ball just in case, but again, not the shot I would have played. I would have played the kick in behind the one with a bit of left hand spin and try and get it full in the face, punch the one up the table, and the outcome of that is he's given Cobra a free go, ball in hand. The immediate problem though is the 3 ball. 3 ball won't go. Now, playing it from the right side, so he's looking to come off the side rail and run into that 3 and 9 and try and create something. Well, no, he's obviously spotted something I haven't spotted. Is he looking for the bank? Is he going to call the 9? Or is he trying to just hide? He's just content to wait on a better opportunity now that the 3's been moved, and also the fact that Bedhead is in deep trouble here. So Bedhead's best opportunity is maybe to lock something up, because I don't think he can get to the 3. No, can't get to it there. If you just try to kick it off that left side rail as we look, then he's probably only going to open things up. So as far as I'm concerned, I'd be pushing that 10 ball towards the 3 and trying to lock it up. You're sacrificing ball in hand to your opponent, but sometimes that's the best thing you can do, is just lock a ball up, give them the ball in hand, let them try and do the work, because you can't get to the 3. Well, he's trying to kick it. That's a bloody good shot, although he's left the 3 on. And of course the 3 ball was the problem ball, but it's now wide open for Cobra. But how does he get in the 4? The 4 is extremely tight to go past that 9. Although if he comes out far enough and up the table to the middle pocket here on this side, he can play a 4-9 combo. Oh, he managed to spin through. It's now in no man's land though. Tough shot here. Is it all out for the cut into this bottom right hand corner? It's a thin one. Cue ball heading towards that opposite middle pocket there, so he's digging down to avoid that. Yeah, it was a toughie, and everything that could go wrong in that shot has gone wrong, and Bedhead has a great chance to widen the gap, and this is important. There's absolutely no difficulty in getting from the 4 to the 5. Pot the 5, take the 6 ball into either left or probably left middle pocket as we look. That would be the simplest shot, and as long as he stays the top side of that 6, he can run down the table for the 7. And that's the shot that looks likely he's going to play. He can just roll the 5 in, come over to that right hand side. He's looking at the angle, so he wants to be sort of here with the cue ball, so he can pot that 6 and bring the cue ball either down here or down there. And let's see what he does. I haven't looked behind it. Let's have a look. Well, he's got to go far enough so he doesn't block himself out with the 10. Oh dear. Well, he probably would have been... Well, that 7 doesn't go past the 9 either on that side. So now it's the old hit and hope here. He's trying to clip the 7. There's a possibility this will go. And now he's called the other pocket, but it doesn't go past the 9. He might be worth playing it dead weight towards the 7, trying to leave it as close as he can, as long as he hits it and doesn't leave anything on. And from that side, he shouldn't. That's what he's trying. Hit it too hard though, but he's still alright. But maybe not, because that's a fairly straightforward enough combo. 7 balls going to squirt away. Well, it was a golden opportunity there for Bedhead to take a 2-rack lead, and it might just have gone, provided that Cobra can still have a shot in the 7 after he's played this combo. And that's going to go safe, is it? Yes, it is. But Cobra is going to have to do the thin cut. It's a toughie. And the other problem is getting the pace right, so he still has a shot in the 10. Well, that's the thing with these guys. I mean, these guys, if they've got a sniff of a pot, they'll go for it rather than thinking on the safety side a lot of the time. Well, this has got to be a very thin cut of the bank, and it's going to be the thin cut. But this to square the match again. And so we are almost an hour and a quarter into this game, and we're in the 10th rack. So it looks very likely, that's a good cut, it looks very likely that this other match is going to be well underway by the time this thing's finished. And we're back all square again. 5 racks all. Bedhead with a chance to open the gap to 2, but it's gone. And the 9 ball's gone in the break. The 3's hanging, the 1's hanging, and well, the 2 balls awkward, but Cobra straight away could be back in the lead here. That's the only real problem ball is the 2. Yeah, he's going to leave the awkward cut, but if he gets that and keeps the cue ball out into the left hand side, well, the 4 ball won't be a problem as long as he's got an angle in the 3, because that way he can get the cue ball out. Let's have a look. Yeah, he can cut the 3 into the pocket. If he cuts it that way, cue ball's going that way, and as long as he gets enough on it, he can get out and go on the 4. Because the 4 doesn't go past the 6 down the rail, I don't think. So, well, no, there's no way he's doing that. So just hit that 3 half ball and come off the side rail onto this rail that we're nearest. He's looking to dig in to do it, to draw. Yeah, anywhere that gets him out into the table will do, so that's fine. Now the 5 ball is now a bit of a problem. especially where he's got the cue ball. Now, a big punch and forward. Well, he's trying to just drop it in dead weight into the middle. Again, the problem with this shot is he's nailed to the rail, so he can only go forward. And going forward is just taking the cue ball right into the jaws of the middle pocket or just past him. This is going to have to be good to get anywhere near this 6. Oh, he's content to leave the cut, and at some point, sooner or later, you're going to leave one of these too many. This is what we've talked about. Bedhead and Cobra's at it now as well. But it's well off the rail, and he should get this 9 times out of 10. And he certainly cheated the pocket there. But from looking like going 2 racks behind, Cobra's looking like going in front again. Well, 6-5 to Cobra. Again, fairly straight looking rack. Breaks dry. 1-5 combo to start Bedhead off, and not too difficult, and certainly easy enough to keep the 1 ball adjacent to that corner pocket for the follow-up pot. 2 ball over the right middle pocket. 3 ball goes past the 7. 4 balls in the bottom rail, but has got an open pocket. It's a good chance this, if he can just get... oh, he played that all wrong. 1 ball was way offline there to make that combo. I thought that wasn't too difficult. And this is going to hurt, because Cobra has already planned his route out here. And it's anywhere up in that top right hand side, out into the table to roll the 3 into the left middle, and then just drop down onto this 4. Oh, he's going to take it long again. Well, he's playing the draw shot. Now, it looks to be okay. I think if he just pinches a wee bit, he can draw past the 10 and not hit it. Well, he's just avoided it and no more, but he's fine. Yes, this is going to be a painful one for Bedhead. I didn't think the 1-5 was too difficult a combo, even though obviously there was a fair distance apart, but as long as you line yourself up, take your time, pick that point. But he got offline straight away on that 1 ball, and he's now looking at Cobra. More than likely going to run out, but he's going to have to get this spinning off the side rail, end rail, this side rail nearest us, and back out into the table. 1, 2, 3 rails. So the decider is getting from the 7 to the 8, and it's going to have to be down this left hand side. And if he goes inside the 7, that's more of a problem, because he's going to have to go top rail, side rail, and back over to the left. And he's going to have to maybe get a wee bit of spin in this. A bit of helping right hand spin, punch the 7 in, top rail probably by that middle diamond, and then side rail. Well, he's gone inside the middle diamond. He needs a bit of luck here. Well, he's got the kiss, and he's landed pretty good. He actually overhit that, because he would have been well behind the 7 there, the 8 ball. Which makes it even worse for Bedhead to see Cobra still at the table and just about to widen the gap to 2 himself. Well, whatever you do with this shot, don't underhit it. Get yourself up the table, and he has done. Well, I think this is a vital rack, this next rack, because if Cobra goes to 3 in front, it could be a long haul back for Bedhead. So this next rack is a major one in Bedhead's fortunes in surviving in this match, if he doesn't get it himself. And a couple of balls in, and well, the 5 ball, what did we lose there? The 1 ball and the 3 ball, and no prizes for guessing what's happening here. Well, I think that's not a good shot. I think that's not the shot I would have played, because if Bedhead can get spin on this and spin off the rail, he's going to tuck Cobra away behind the 5. That is just a bad shot there by Cobra. He should have punched that around the table. And okay, the cover isn't there, but that was asking for a lot of trouble there, Cobra. Now, needs to get this dead weight, but it is such an important rack now. All the pressure on Bedhead to hang on to Cobra and not let him get away. This is why it's so vital now. You know, we're not quite at the business end of the match, but Cobra's the one that's getting closer to it, and he's got Bedhead in a lot of trouble with that shot. Again, the tighter you can get to the snooker and ball, the less angles available, and that is pretty much nailed on. That's where you want to be when you're playing a snooker, right on the ball, because there is absolutely no angle that Bedhead's got to work with. If he tried to get around the angles that way, the 4's in the way, so he's got to try and lock something up. So, sacrificed ball in hand, and well, the awkward ball is the 5, but with ball in hand, Cobra has a chance to pot the 2. He can try and move something right now, because he should still be on the 4, so this is the opportunity to move that 5. Well, he's not improved the situation, because he's just knocked a 6 on, and it's definitely a blocker now. So the only lifeline here for Bedhead is that 5 ball. And it squeezes past the 9, and that's a great shot to get there. Nudge the 6 out the way, and he can drop the 5 in past the 9, and it's not looking good for Bedhead in this rack. Playing lots of inside to check this. Can back up straight. Nine down the rail. Shouldn't be any problem. Well, you can do one or two things here. Just roll through a couple of inches for the 10 into the top right, or roll through further for the 10 into the right middle. Yeah, just got the little roll on there with the stunt. And now the alarm bells should be ringing in Bedhead's ears, because he's now trailing by 3. But I think again the important thing is not to start getting desperate. That rack was tilted, and when I say getting desperate, you know, try to pull off shots that you really shouldn't be when there's a perfectly good safety to be played. Take a leaf out of Cobra's book, because nailing Bedhead behind that 5 was really the decider in that last rack, because Bedhead didn't get things really locked up by playing the deliberate foul, and that's really why he's now trailing by 3. Looking to just hide behind the 9 here. And that will do. But there is, well, any angle that Cobra's going to get from that end that we'll look at is going to have to be created by right hand English, because you're going to have to spin round the 9. So Bedhead has caused a problem for Cobra, and Cobra has decided to put a blocking ball in there for the 7. The 8 ball's in the way, and now Bedhead has ball in hand, but Cobra's basically said, well, you've got your shot, you've got your chance, let's see what you can do. Because the one thing's for certain here, if Bedhead can't get to that 7 or move it, because I mean, if you look at the 7 from this side, that 7 cuts, but as long as you're here. And the other thing is, you're going to probably hit the 8, so the 8 is going to come out, so you're going to have to ride your luck and leave a shot. But if you get anywhere here, you can still cut that 7 without doing anything, without having to try and move it. But if he can't get in that position, then he's got to put Cobra in trouble. Now, does he take the risk now, because he's got the angle in the 4 and he's riding his luck if he'll move them and still be on the 5? Well, he's took the risk, and look what's happened. Well, that's a disaster. He's left the 7 and 8 as a combo. He's locked himself behind the 10, and well, if he does not hit this 5 and doesn't get it safe, he's going to be 4 behind. And that's, again, so unlucky to leave himself there, and it was always a risk to take to try and just improve the situation on the 7, but it's always dangerous, and they did the right thing there. That was the right shot in one sense, to try and not leave it quite as easy a combo, and it's certainly not easy now. So it's now deja vu again, ball in hand this time for Cobra. Can do anything he wants with the cue ball to try and move this 7 and 8. He's looking at what the best angle might be to do that, because I don't believe he's going to try and just drop down the right hand side to play the combo. I think he's looking at trying to run into this. Nope. Then again, he's thinking different. What the hell am I talking about? I'm forgetting about the 6 ball. See, I told you I was tired. I haven't had my afternoon nap. I'm too busy looking at the bottom of the table. I forgot about the 6 ball. Well, he's still got the same problem. Yep, he's tried to draw. It hasn't worked out. And the other problem is he can't see the 7. So, a lifeline for Bedhead. Well, this is a bit of a dilemma here. Yeah, he was trying to get that 9 down onto the rail, but I think Bedhead's best policy here is just to skim the 7, skim past the 8, and just put Cobra in more trouble. Well, surely he can put the cue ball there and just brush the 7. I mean, there's enough room to get past the 8. If he just gently pushes it, he's behind the 8. And even if he skims it, hits the 9 and goes that way, he's still got it safe. Just a gentle feather off the edge of the 7. Run into the 9. He doesn't want to leave this plum though as a kick. I think he's left it. Okay, the 8 ball's sort of heading out the way, but that's going to be called in 2 seconds time for the combo. The main objective there was to get that cue ball down to the rail and then cut out this shot. It would prevent Cobra from playing that. Well, that's worked out as far as the combo goes, but not as far as where the 7 balls ended up. So it's another lifeline for Bedhead. And even at this stage, I'm getting the impression that he's hanging on for dear life here. And I think he'll go for this 7. I don't think he's going to try and get this safe. He's going to go all out for the cut down the rail. It's off the rail. He's going to go for it. He's got to be on the 9. So it's all about this shot. Nope. Has he got it safe though? No, he hasn't. Well, in that instance, he obviously probably been better going for the cut, because all he's done is gifted Cobra the chance to stretch the lead. I'm surprised he didn't take on that cut. It was not easy. But, you know, if that had been Stubb at the table, he wouldn't have thought twice about it. He would have went straight for the cut. Bedhead was looking to get the distance, and of course was limited by where he could get cover behind the 10 ball, but the 7 ball stayed in play, and it's another one running away from Bedhead. And goodness me, what the hell has Cobra done there? He's taken his eye right off the ball. What a miss. That's the worst shot of the day. And, well, I think I've cursed Cobra, and I think Bedhead has fallen off his chair. I think he's trying to get himself back in front of his PC, because he cannot believe that Cobra has missed that 10 ball. That is amazing. Never would you believe he could miss that 10. And maybe that's the problem. And we've got a time out here while Cobra takes care of business. But what a shot in that 10 ball. And, well, certain shots turn a match. Now, let's look down on this thing. Does that rack look straight? Might be tilted slightly, but I'll tell you something, if there's a shot that's ever going to turn a match, we might be talking about that at the end of this match. I mean, if Cobra falls apart here after that and loses this match, then it won't need reminding of what shot caused it, because that shot right there on that 10 ball is the worst shot I've ever seen him playing. I mean, even I could have potted that 10 ball, and that's saying something. But we are an hour and 30 minutes or so into this match. But the important thing for Cobra is to forget about it. He's still got a 2-rack lead. Bedhead's got a ball in the break, he's got a shot in the 1, and he has to take this out. Look at the table, no excuses, everything wide open. He has to drive this home and get back to within 1. As soon as these guys break and have a ball and a shot and the table like this, they have to run out. We're talking professional standards here. There's no reason that Bedhead shouldn't. Well, you see, you got that wrong there, Semi-Pro, because a frog with no legs would be the more appropriate joke. You know, frog's legs, you know, that French delicacy. A frog with no legs could have potted that, because he doesn't have arms. But it does all hinge on this now for Bedhead. There's been a miracle miss by Cobra. Bedhead gets not exactly the perfect break, but he gets the perfect break as far as 10 ball's concerned. You get a ball and you get a shot, and you have the ball spread far and wide on the table, and you've got no reason whatsoever that you cannot take this out. He could have done with being up the table another 7 or 8 inches there, but this 8 ball is going into the right middle pocket after this 7. At least that's where it should be going. That's going to hang, is it? Oh, it's wiped its feet, but it's gone in. Now another little tester. Shouldn't be a problem. And now, well, for Bedhead, even at this stage, and having been trailing by what, 3 or 4? Was it 4 at any time? It certainly was 3. But this is a very important break coming up. Back to within 1. Looking at being 4 behind. That's exactly what it was. It should have been 4 behind again. And is that miss on that 10 ball going to revitalise Bedhead? Another straight rack. They're all straight racks so far. We haven't seen anything sort of twisted. But I don't think he's got any joy this time. Oh yes, he has. Never even noticed. The 3 balls get in and he's got a shot in the 1 and he's having to queue over the 5. But if he can get this sweet and get a wee bit of draw on it. Oh, but see, the other problem is, even if he draws back and gets that 2 into the corner, he's looking at the 4-7 ball, and look at that, there's room there to play the combo. So he's already had a good look at it. He was out of his seat going to the toilet on the 10 ball. I've just read the chat there. Unbelievable. Oh. Well, Bedhead was trying to get the draw back far enough for that too, which he did, but of course digging down again, hitting the jaw, and of course it rattles in the jaw. And Cobra has the perfect angle to drop across to the left and get as close to this left rail as he can. Where's the cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going? Oh dear! Well, I'm getting excited now, folks, because Bedhead has been given his chance. The old cross the table positional shot, and cue ball drops straight into the middle pocket. And with ball in hand, now he has to be careful here. He's going to play a little draw, and I think he's okay. He's got the 5 and he's got the angle, and what he doesn't want to do is to run into that corner pocket there on the top left hand side, because that's the direction he's headed. He's fine. Once again though, the problem in this shot is not getting on the 7. The problem is getting out from the 7, with the 9 ball being in the way and the 8 ball being where it is. So there's a fair bit of work to get done here, and I think he needs a bit of luck. He's going to end up pretty straight on this 7. In fact, so straight that he's not even going to interfere with the 9. So how does he get half a decent shot on this 8 ball? Well, he's managed to pinch the angle, and that's excellent. Needs to slow up though. And, well, no prizes for guessing what's likely to happen here. Okay, we'll give him the 8 ball as a thin cut, but what's the bets he ends up hooked on the 9? Is he getting there? Yes, he has. And Bedhead is going to get it back all square. Well, what he wouldn't give now for a ball and a shot on his next break, because if you're going to get in front, you want to start getting in front near the business end of the match, because that then inflicts more pressure on the opponent. So we're back all square, 8 racks all. Ball goes in the break, another ball goes in, another ball goes in, and not an easy shot in the 1, because it's into a slightly blind pocket and the cue balls want to squirt away to the right. And, well, it's not bad. Now does he just baby this 2 ball in and leave the long 3. I think that'd be the simplest thing, because then he wouldn't have an awful lot to do with the cue ball. And that's exactly what he's thinking. Keep it simple. But ideally now he wants to be either outside the 5 or inside the 5 near the rail. That'd be the perfect position, because he can get him out for the 7. Well, he's at it again. He's got himself plenty of angle. It's the old bedhead high cut on the 5, but he's got to be on the 7. And the pace is good, and that's perfect. So perfect he can just draw off the 7. He could actually stun in behind the 9 for the 9 in the opposite pocket, but the simple one's a little draw. So lo and behold, has that 10 ball by Cobra cost him dearly? And what's Bedhead done here? Goodness me. Well, okay, he should get this in, no problem, but I thought he was going to be stuck in the knuckle there. Well, that 10 ball could haunt him, because he's now seen Bedhead take the lead. And the ball has gone in. What went in there? 5 ball has gone. Well, what's he called here? He's called the 8 ball, but I think he's just looking for a safety. But if he runs that 1 ball into the 8, he's going to leave the 1 ball on, surely. Yeah, that's what he's thinking. He's just thinking safety, and well, he hasn't quite got it. He's just trying to fool me. Well, the problem ball's a 7. 7 ball being guarded by that 9. And of course, let's have a look at that 7. See, the 7 will go though. There's nothing needs to be done in that 7 if you can get here on it. Although it's bound to be moved, maybe. Possibly during the safeties here. And Bedhead, if he can get this shot right and avoid the double kiss, he could have Cobra in trouble. If he's just trying to punch this around, then that's probably the safest route. That looks like he's planning here. I think he's got into it a wee bit too much here, because the one's going to squirt around it. He hasn't got the cue ball tight to anything, and he's left the 1 ball in play. He was hoping that would hit something. Well, just a reminder guys, the plan is to have these 3 matches this afternoon. Well, obviously this one is going to run over to 2 hours and more, and so the other match, in fact, I'll tell you what, I've forgotten who's actually playing. Who the hell's the next match up? McClarkey and who the hell's playing? Somebody look at the bracket. Oh aye, is it Monster and McClarkey? Hang on a minute. Yeah, they're due to start at the top of the hour, so as soon as this one's finished, we'll jump straight into that match. But well, for the time being, the lifeline is in theory that 7 ball, but we know that the 7 ball goes. The 7 ball will go past the 9, and it will go past the 8, no problem. It's all a question of whether Cobra can either get behind that 7 or he wants to try and move something. He certainly doesn't want to try it now, because he's got to get good on the 6. And that's going to be too hard. That's going to finish behind the 8. Cobra has just overhit it, and he's in trouble himself again. Now what does he do? Again, he's got the chance to try and tie the 9 and the 7 right up if he wants to give ball in hand directly to Bedhead. He's going for the kick. He's called a pocket. It's basically hit and hope. He's nudged the 9, and Bedhead has his chance to open it to 2 and get to double figures. And absolutely, again, no reason why this shouldn't be already marked on the score sheet. He's got all the room in the world on this 9 ball to get onto the 10. But he certainly doesn't want to be playing a draw down the rail on this 9. He wants to maybe leave an angle to move the cue ball. Well, it's going to be the draw, so it's all about the pace. So he's probably better under hitting this and getting to maybe that middle diamond at worst if he gets to about there, or maybe just about there. But he looks as if he's going forward. Oh, he's got the pace, has he? No, he's left the old Bedhead cut again. It's another thin one, but this to widen the gap to 2. So into rack number 19. These racks today have all been straight. I've not seen one that's been tilted yet. This time the break is definitely dry, and Cobra has a chance to put Bedhead immediately in trouble. And he has done. Well, if Bedhead's going to get up and down to the 1, he has to remember to hit this hard enough, not only to hit the 1, but to get a ball to a rail. He can't try and be gentle and do anything, he has to get power into it. I mean, he could get lucky here. He's very likely to get lucky and leave it safe, the amount of balls that are gathered down this end of the table. But he's certainly got to get something moving here and just ride his luck, because that's all you can do on this shot. But I think the most important thing is that he at least hits the 1. Or is he thinking about, what's he thinking about? He's looking at the 8. So he's played the deliberate foul. He's given ball in hand to Cobra. And it's a 1-10 billiard. I mean, how silly a shot was that? It's a 1-10 billiard. This is why you've got to weigh up the pros and cons about playing either a push out or playing a deliberate foul. But there is a 1-10 billiard on there. It doesn't seem so keen on it. Get that cue ball there. There. In fact, maybe needs to be there a wee bit. No, I don't think that's the right position. I think it's got to be sort of there. Well, he has played it, and in it goes. Well, Bedhead's got to shoot himself in the foot, and he's done it there. Cobra's back to within 1. You've got to look at the table. You've got to look at what you're possibly leaving. And it's a ball in hand. Yeah, all these rounds are raced to 14. The one lost side is raced to 10. Well, Cobra's break is dry, and I'm going to repeat myself here. Bedhead comes to the table with a shot, and all the balls are on, and he can immediately respond and open it to 2. And I think at this stage in the match, you cannot afford not to. You just simply have to. That's the one requirement in this situation. With all the balls on, you've got to take it out. Plenty of room to skim past the 5 and 4 over towards the 10 ball somewhere and have a shot in the 4. Doesn't want to hook himself behind the 10, but he's certainly going to sort of be heading in that direction. Well, the pace is okay. He skimmed into the 4, but no damage done. Well, the other match is about 3 minutes away, so those guys will be up and running. Well, provided they're both here. I haven't even looked to check. Well, the shot that decides the rack is going to be from the 7 and up to the 8, because whenever that 7 ball's like there, it always means you're likely to be cutting the 7 down the rail from like the middle of the table. So the most important thing here is he has some sort of angle, but anything but straight, and he's checked the cue ball a bit just to give him that angle. And ideally he wants to be cutting the 8 ball in so that the cue ball just comes down to the right hand side of the 9. He probably won't. He'll probably just finish up there and play the 9 long the way he's left it. But it doesn't matter as long as he gets the job done. That's the minimum requirement. Well, he has gone up the table, but it doesn't matter how he does it. It's important that he takes it out. And it's going to go to 2. And Bedhead is going to be within 3 of taking out Cobra in this first round. Yep, another straight rack. And a couple of balls in the break. And, well, how does that look? Well, that one goes, but my God, it's not easy. And he's got to have a shot in the 2. Now, does he just play the safety or go all out for that pot? He's got 2/3 of a pocket to work with. Now, what's he thinking? He's looking at it again. Oh, just sent it to the knuckle. And has he got away with it? I don't think he has. Let's have a look. Yeah, the one goes past. And that was an all or nothing shot. think every time now that any player has a ball in a shot, they know they just simply have to take it out, especially now that the ball's in the other court as far as Cobra's concerned, because he's the one that's trailing. Well, the only way this is going to go wrong is if he hooks himself behind the 10 or the 7. Got new gaming PC coming to one. What does that mean? That's not even stubbish. To one, nice one, cheap for upstairs. Well, you don't get a nice gaming PC that's cheap, mate. Mine cost me £2.5 grand. And that was what coming up in 3 years ago now at least. Mind you, the GTX Titans were just out at the time, which is probably another reason it was that expensive. But back to the matter in hand here. It's Cobra and getting the spin on the cue ball, getting it up onto that 7. What card did you get? Don't tell me it's an AMD. Well, he's got an angle that he can pinch here, and with the right hand English he's going to go around the angles, come right down onto this 8, no problem. Why do you need 2 PCs? Oh, the yawning started, guys. Oh dear. Well, the other match is up and running, provided both players are here. So Cobra chasing down Bedhead now, exactly opposite to the first half of this match, and with the break in rack number 22 and another straight rack. Well, good enough if all you play on it's VP4 anyway. I mean, you don't need to have anything with any great spec to run this game. And Cobra's broke. 3 ball in the break. Shot in the 1. And if he misses that 10 ball, which he has done, he'll land on the 2, but the wrong angle. Now I drink some water and then I get the hiccups. I don't understand it. Some people drink water to get rid of hiccups. I drink water and get the hiccups. Now, well, there's an angle there off this 2 to go there, there, but he's decided to leave it at distance. He's not taking the risk of running it, so he's leaving himself an awkward cut. Plenty of room to get the cue ball around those angles. In goes the 4. So it's going to be the shot that decides the rack from the 6 to the 7. And the closer he can get to this 6, the easier it will be to get the cue ball manoeuvred to that 7. But again, he's not prepared to get that cue ball moving, so he's given himself an awful lot more work to do here with this thing. And I think Cobra's maybe gone into his shell a wee bit here, because he's leaving himself an awful lot of work, and when you start doing that, you leave yourself even more work. He's got another tough one in this 7, and sooner or later you're going to run out of shots. I just saw that in the chat there. I don't know, I missed who it is that typed it, but I think you said the other match is underway, so that's good news. Well, he's not missing. I'll give him his due. But he's left himself 2 tough shots there, and they're all at distance. Now again, this 10 ball is up the table, and you don't want to go on the short side of it near this bottom rail, so it's all about judging the pace. So he's coming over to the right hand side, sort of like, well, depends on whether he puts a lot of draw on it, but he's planning to get here. Right, anywhere on the right hand side will do. And so Cobra, tentatively, but it doesn't matter, he's got it back all square, and it's anybody's match. Another straight rack. Every rack's been straight in this match, but the most important thing is Cobra's got the break, and I don't think anything's doing. Now what's he left? Well, he's left a shot for Bedhead. Bedhead's got the shot in the 1, the 2's adjacent. He's going to have to come down for the 3, and the 4 is the lifeline for Cobra, because the 4 doesn't go. Now is Bedhead going to try and do something with that 3 ball to move this? So it all depends on how good he can get onto this 3 to maybe disturb that 9 and 4. So where he wants to be with this is right down here on the rail, if he could, or leave himself a cut, maybe like that, where he can use a bit of spin to get into them. But he's going to have to move something, and I think that is pretty good. So this shot pretty much can decide the rack here. And that will do. That's exactly the way you want it. Nudge the 9, get it out of the way, and finish still in the 4, although there's more work to do, because it is not pretty where he's sitting. He's pretty straight. Let's have a look at the 5. And once again, you don't want to be taking the 5 into that pocket, because you've only got half a pocket. And where's the cue ball going? It needs to stop. Although I don't think it's done him any favours, he's hooked. Well, this could be another swing and another twist in this match, because he's overhit the draw, and he can only have a bash at this and hope he gets the hit and gets it safe. And well, that 9 ball's a bit in the way. What's he thinking? Is he going to be jacking the cue up? Is he going to try and... I don't think he can punch it from this side. Good afternoon. Welcome to all the latecomers. This is the... Well, we're getting towards the climax of our first match in a trilogy of matches today. The other one that we had planned is already underway between VP Monster and McClarkey. We'll be joining that as soon as this one's done. Bedhead, he manages to kick the 5, and well, that's the best result he could expect, because he's got it safe and he can breathe again. And what's Cobra looking at now? He's called the 7. Is he playing the billiard? He's playing the billiard edge of the 5 to kick this 7 ball into the pocket. No, he's not. He's fooling me again. Is he going to hit a rail? Well, he hasn't, and it's going to be, it's got to be a 5-10-7 combo, because that's dead set. Well, that's a mistake by Cobra, not getting to a rail. Well, that's in every day of the week. It's got to. I don't think you can miss this. And look at this little split. It opens up the pocket for the 5. Well, that's a vital mistake. Yet another one. Good evening, Keith, or good afternoon, whatever time of day it is. I'm here for the duration. The other match has started. Just a reminder, folks, we've got 3 matches today. We're joining the next match immediately after this one's finished. And I'll tell you what, Keith, if you haven't seen any of this match, and this all hinges on whether Cobra wins or loses this match. If he loses this match, there's one shot that you'll have to see on the rerun of it, and that's the shot that cost him the match. He missed an absolute sitter of a 10 ball. A blind man with one leg and one arm and no guide dog could have potted this 10 ball. Yeah, I'll have 3 of them. The third match of the session, 2 matches are running at the same time, so I may well drop into the other one and have a little look. The one between Mooncake and Chico. I've never saw. I mean, that's the worst shot I've seen Cobra ever play on a 10 ball. You could not miss it, but he was bursting for the toilet, and he said when he had come back after he had been to the toilet, he was standing up at the time at his chair ready to go to the toilet, and totally messed up the 10 ball. Oh, anyway, back to the more important matter in hand. Bedhead has a 1 rack lead, 12 racks to 11. Cobra's gone for the cut in the 1, he's missed it, and Bedhead's got an open table to get to the hill. I mean, he cannot mess this up. He cannot mess this, surely. I mean, he's got nothing to do other than join the dots. It's going to be an almighty mistake to mess this. Well, I would just be stopping the cue ball near the 9 there, so at least I know I'm guaranteed I've got an angle. Yeah, and I think he's the same idea himself. Now, this cue ball may squirt to the left of the 10 or go inside the 10, but he's going to have a sight in the 5. But he wants to be off the rail. That's the most important thing. Well, he's gone to the left of the 10. He's wide open, and he's got plenty of room to get down onto this 6. That needs to keep going. You need to get there. Well, he's okay, he should get it, but again, he wants to. I mean, at worst, he wanted to overhit that and finish in the rail, on the bottom rail. And now what does he do? Does he come back up inside and leave the 8 into the same pocket, or does he try and get cute? I think you take your medicine and you get yourself into a nice open space and give yourself that choice. You don't want to try and do anything execute and get on to the 8 into the middle, because if you go too far you leave it awkward. Yep, common sense has prevailed. Use all the room that you can. Okay, you're playing it at distance, but again, you should be just rolling this in, because you'll have the angle on the 9 to roll it in and bring the cue ball out for the 10. And he's got that. Now, the worst thing that can happen here is again going inside the 10. Every time I say inside, I mean inside nearest the rail, which is where you don't want to be. So that's why he's going up the table. The sensible shot, and this to take him to the hill. And with the break, Bedhead leading by 13 racks to 11, and looking for a ball and a shot, and I don't think he's got any. But I think the other thing is he's not left anything simple for Cobra. Although, does he play the 1-7 combo? That's what he's called. And the 2 ball isn't going anywhere where it is. So his chances of running out here are not that great. But it looks like it's going to be the 2-6 combo. Well, this is a tall order, starting off your visit to the table with 2 combos to try and stay alive in the match. But if he can get this combo, this 2 ball's not going to be far away, and the 3 ball sitting next to the 10, so he won't have a lot to do with the cue ball to get on the 3. It's all about dead weight. Well, he can play the draw. Just draw back up towards the middle pocket and off the rail. So it's going to be 3-4. That may well be the decider now. He's going to run into this 10. Can't avoid that, and that might scupper his positional shot on this 4. So this is the one that's going to make or break him. Now if he draws onto the 10 and draws to the left, he's going to finish below the 4 into the right middle pocket. But he's actually just run into it, so he's left himself the highest cut. But he's got to be on the 5. He's got absolutely nothing to do with the cue ball. Now let me have a look. He can pot this plain ball. He's just going to get around the angles. He's not going to scratch. He doesn't need to draw it. Now, this one is a wee bit fiddly. He wants to get himself as simple as he can on this 8 to be able to drop onto the 9. The worst thing he wants to be doing is to leave some sort of draw shot and having to punch that 8 in. Let's see whether he goes all the way and goes into the big area down the bottom of the table. Well, that's exactly what I was talking about. He's left himself stone dead straight on this 8 ball, and he's going to leave the cut on the 9. Hanging on by his fingertips, but it's had to be a run to hold your nerve, and Cobra's done that so far with 2 combos to keep him at the table. And now this long 10 ball to get it back to within 1. and it goes, and now he's got the prayer shawl, the rosary beads, the prayer mat out, and just hoping for a ball and a shot. And I don't think he's got anything. And that 3 ball has come to the rescue of Cobra there, because it was a wide open shot in the 1. Is that the 2 ball next to the 10? The 9, yes it is. Well, this match is well over the 2 hours now. We're 2.25 hours into this match. Good afternoon, WizKid. How many people have we got on YouTube and how many have we got on Twitch? Somebody tell me. If we get 10, I'll be happy. As long as I get to double figures. 11 on Twitch. Oh, that's good. We might have 20 then. We got 9 on YouTube. How many have we got on YouTube? Well, Cobra, no shot. Now, what's he thinking here? Is he looking to tie something up? Well, you can't. I'll tell you one thing. Looking for any possible line to get to this 1 ball's nigh on impossible. 10 on Twitch. There we go. 20. That'll do it. Yeah, so he's tried to lock things up, but ball in hand for Bedhead for the match. Remember, he's got a 1 minute shot clock and a 1 minute extension. And he's looking to roll through on this one into the middle to get to sort of there, to be able to get the cut angle on the 2. That's why he's I don't even know how many fouls has been played. I think that's just the first foul. Is it? Now, what's he done? Well, he's certainly got the cut, and he may well have to stun into this 9 to make sure he still sees the 3. I don't think he wants to be sort of gently brushing this in and hoping for the best. This could go wrong, because if he skims past that 9, he could end up locked up. He wants to get things out of the way. Well, it's all gone wrong, because he's hit the 4, and now he's locked out in the 6, or locked out by the 6, and Cobra breathes again. Well, we could be going all the way. Is it safe? And the answer to that is yes. That's an excellent outcome for Bedhead. And immediately Cobra is possibly looking at his last shot in this match. He's going to go for the old heave-ho here, I think. Is he? He trying to punch the 3 up the table. Oh, did he call that pocket? Was that the one he called? What a shot. There's the shot of the day, guys. Right there. I mean, he's not in the 4, but what a shot that could have been your last shot in the match. Well, Cobra with a tremendous kick on that 3 ball. He's unlucky not to be in the 4, but I don't think he's too bothered. He's just glad he's still at the table with some sort of shot and looking to tie up Bedhead. Now, is there a gap? Well, I think it's just going to be a straight roll up right onto the 4 and nothing else. That's all he can do. Yeah. And he'll be in trouble again here, I think. Well, does Cobra not think he can just punch that 4 and stay behind a 9? Maybe not. Well, the outcome of this match is right on the knife edge. As Bedhead can play the shot now, he can certainly punch the 4 up the table, and he can keep the cue ball there or thereabouts near that 9 ball if he wants to risk it. And there's enough covering balls down the bottom of the table here as well, with the 5, the 7 and the 10. The other danger though is maybe punching that 2 and it hits the knuckle in that right middle pocket and brings it back into play. He's just hit it too heavy. He was trying to tie in behind that 9 ball. Well, Cobra now will not refuse this 4 ball. The cut down the rail. Needs to be careful on that left middle pocket though. He's avoided that. He run into the 6. Where's the 6 going? I think he's okay. Let's have a quick look. Yep, no problem. Well, that previous rack where Cobra had to make, I think the first 2 shots he had to get were 2 combos to stay in the match, and then that, what was it, the kick on the 3 that he called, and he's got an awkward 6 ball. I mean, he's got to be on the 7 provided he gets this, but he's hanging in. He has not thrown in the towel yet. That needs to keep running. It's going to be nowhere. Well, he's got the thin cut. Well, this is the shot that's going to make or break him again. He's had a few of them. But once again, if he's just going to let that cue ball run, he's going to have to either run soft like that and try and hope for the 8, because he would have been up into the corner, and that possibly could be his last shot now. Getting out of shape may well cost him. But where the match has turned, he only knows by looking at the replay exactly where it turned. He will remember that for quite a while, because if Bedhead can get good on the 9, anything but straight, and I think he's gone straight, well, it doesn't need to do anything much other than a soft drop. Anywhere up to here, and he'll have the shot in the 10. He could stun there. Well, he's going across 2, and that's excellent. And it's going to be Bedhead that takes down Cobra, and Cobra will be having nightmares about that 10 ball earlier in the match, because that is the one that cost him, and that is the one that turned the match. And Bedhead has finally proved his worth, and he wins the match by 14 racks to 12 and goes through to round 2, and Cobra moves over to the 1 loss side, and we will move into the match between McClarkey and Monster, because that's the second one in our schedule, which started 30 minutes ago. Again, it's a round 1 match, race to 14, and Monster is leading by 4 racks to 3. Well, that's not going to get there. I think he was trying to send a 2 down to the bottom rail and keep that cue ball there or thereabouts at the top end, but it's a wide open shot here for Monster. Now he's on the 3. Well, it's going to be a hard push to get good on that 4 ball. Yeah, McClarkey's from England. VP Monster from not from Bophuthatswana, as it says in his flag. He's from the US. Well, it's a thin cut, but it does go. Well, it's another thin cut, and it's another tight squeeze. It does go though, but he's got no room for manoeuvre whatsoever on this shot. There is a possible billiard from the 5 to the 9. In fact, it looks easier than the cut. Well, McClarkey is, to the best of my knowledge, he's a 9-baller and a snooker player, whereas Monster has been doing a fair bit of practice in 10-ball in the last few days since this tournament's been up and running to try and get his eye in, but he vast majority of the stuff he plays is cowboy. So the one advantage that Monster has is certainly picking out angles and stuff like that, which is something he's well used to doing in cowboy. The only problem with that is that he's used to doing it in a 10-foot table, not a 9-foot table, because we usually always play in the 10-footer when we're playing cowboy. But he has the 1 rack lead, trying to keep in shape. Going to have to dig out a good cut in this 6 though. Well, what you want to do with this shot is make sure you draw it far enough, and if you do, the worst that can happen is you'll draw it down to the 9, but you'll certainly still be on the 8. Well, you've got to get there though. Has he got there? Barely, but he's got it. I say there's no harm in overhitting that shot, but certainly dicing with death getting near the 10-ball. But, well, since we started watching, it's going to be a 2-rack gap and a 2-rack lead for VP Monster. Now that was the 5-ball on the break, thin cut in the 1, possibly running into that 6-ball unless he digs into the cue ball. He's avoided the 6. Is he going to keep running past it? Yep, that'll do. Now, plenty of room past the 7, and it goes obviously in the other corner pocket. Well, the thing is winner breaks in 10 ball has been proved already in the matches that have streamed doesn't make a major difference. It makes a big difference in 9 ball, but in 10 ball, from what we've seen so far, it's not impacted the results because of it, because players are finding it so difficult to break, not so much break and get a ball, but get a ball in a shot. The difficulty is getting a ball in the break. But that's where, you know, where the winner breaks comes into play in 9 ball. Where alternate break comes into play in 9 ball is it puts so much pressure on you, on your break, and being able to run. 10 ball so much more difficult because first of all you don't have the slop. Every ball has to go where you say it's going, and for some reason that extra ball makes a big difference. Yeah, Cobra will never, he'll wake up tonight in a cold sweat remembering that 10 ball that he missed. An absolute stinker. I think most people prefer winner breaks, but as I say, I think you would also agree that the winner breaks hasn't made a great impact in this tournament. It obviously adds to the excitement when you get down to the business end of the match. You know, if you can, if you're, you know, chasing and then the final, you know, you get a rack and then you manage to break and get a ball and run the next rack, but it's so difficult to do. I mean, we've not seen anybody, you know, outstandingly running racks in this tournament so far. We've seen the odd break and run, but not many. Yeah, I think he had his strides round his ankles at the time. He might have been pinching the ends of it just to hold it in before he run out to the toilet. I have 3 plus 2. What does that mean? Have I missed something in the chat? What does 3 plus 2 mean? So it's McClarkey doing the chasing, back to within 1. Another straight rack. And, well, a right mess on this break. This table's obviously needing levelled because all the balls have rolled to the right hand half. So a dry break, and we're going to have a bit of jiggery pokery going on here. Oh, runouts, aye. Well, they're few and far between. Right, so this match is into its 10th rack. It's been on for 40 minutes. Well, if VP Monster wants to be really ambitious here, he can certainly pot the 1. Try and get enough into the cue ball to hold for a shot in the 2. He can play the 3-8 combo. Yeah, I think I was thinking way ahead of myself there. But he's missed a one, and he's got it safe, I think. Yep. And a reminder to anybody that's still watching, we've got the match coming up at well, that'll be a missed call. We've got the match coming up at 6 o'clock 1800 hours, and that is a second round match between Semi-Pro and Popman, an all English battle. And VP Monster using his 3 rail skills there to find cover behind the 7. Well, I think that match with Popman and Semi-Pro, to me it's a question of whether Popman falls apart right at the beginning or he falls apart at some point. But as they say, if you can stay in it long enough, being the outsider in a 2-horse race, if you can stay in it long enough, folk begin to tweak, don't care who they are. Well, it's a roll through on this pot for McClarkey and a 3-8 combo. And we've also got the match between Mooncake and Chico. Chico, I've never seen playing. I don't know where he's from, and I'm not sure whether he's going to turn up. And I haven't, I don't think I've caught any of Mooncake's matches, so we will drop into that match on 1 or 2 occasions just to see how things are going, provided it's underway, while the Semi-Pro Popman's match is running. Well, this is going to have to be hit quite firm to get the pace in the 4 to get it to the hole, and well, he's still got a shot in the 5. He doesn't want to get too much into this cue ball. He wants to hit the rail certainly, but he doesn't want to get enough in it that he's going to just drop into the pocket. No, he's played it fine. Well, McClarkey not letting Monster get away and getting it back all square. So this is mostly for the snooker guys out there. What do you reckon to Stephen Hendry taking up his offer of the 2-year exemption, along with Jimmy White, who's got another 2-year exemption, as well as what do you call him, Ken Doherty? I'll tell you where I'm coming from. First of all, I think he's probably, deep down, he's probably regretting that he retired so soon. And the main reason I'm saying that is because of the way the tournaments are nowadays. Now, forget all this COVID thing. It's the fact that there are so many tournaments now, which weren't around when Hendry was at his peak, or he could have won a lot more. So I think that's one thing that he's missed out on. And personally, I think that he actually played quite well in his semi-final match. I thought he was quite impressive in that semi-final match he played in the Seniors World Championships, and I think he'll stand a reasonable chance in these smaller tournaments. You know, a lot of the smaller tournaments are races to 4, with 100 and odd players all playing at the same time, more or less, you know, in all these different tables. But I'm just wondering whether he's prepared to put the work in and spend the time practicing. And I'm wondering whether he's going to be practicing in his own table at home, or whether he's going to be mixing himself with Maguire and what's his name, Higgins, and the other guys that are using that lockup or whatever it is that they've hired out, where they've got a couple of tables in to practice on. Whether he's going to get involved in that, I think he should, if he wants some solid practice against guys who are going to give him a tough ask. He needs to be doing something like that. But if he's not prepared to put the work in, then it's probably not worth his while. He's got to be at a stage now where he accepts the fact that the fact he's been out of tournament play for like 8 years, that he's going to lose matches. But his main goal is to qualify for the World Championships, and that's going to be a tall order, because he's going to have to win probably the 4 matches. What will determine how many qualifying matches he'll have, though, is how well he does during the season. So basically it's pound for points. If he picks up money in any tournaments, that's going to all be points on his ranking position. I'm not sure how he'll stand as far as ranking goes when he's given this exemption, because Jimmy White and what's his name, Ken Doherty, both have ranking levels. Jimmy White's down about 100 or something. I don't know where Doherty is, but if Hendry's going to come in, he's going to come in at the bottom. But if he can win a few quid, I think the other thing is what Ronnie O'Sullivan said a couple of weeks ago was true, that the standard at the lower ranking level of the players, down in the 70s and the 80s and down to 100 and odd, the standard of those guys is nothing compared to what's up in the top 16 and the top 8. There's no great quality coming through. There's these guys down there who, some of them don't get a century break during the season. You've got Anthony McGill, who done so well to get to the semi-final, but had like 1 century break up until the World Championships during the season. So these guys down below don't offer as great a threat as people might think. So it's those kind of matches that Hendry might end up playing against a lot of these guys, that he's got more than enough ability and knowledge to maybe pick up a few quid. But whether he's going to stick at it for those 2 years, I'm just wondering. But he's the type of pig-headed guy that if he sets his mind to it, he could well be a bit more impressive than maybe folk think. And he certainly showed to me in that semi-final that he can still pop balls and make breaks, and sometimes that's all you need to do. You don't need to be spectacular. But the way he plays the game is the way he will always play it. He'll go for his shots, he'll get those reds open whenever he can, and he'll certainly have far more ability than any of those fellow players around his level down at the bottom of the rankings. So VP Monster has found his way back into the lead. Now back leading by 2, so McClarkey's got it all to do again, and Monster has the 2 ball, the 3 ball and the break, trying to tuck behind the 5, and that is excellent. Again, excellent because it's tight and because McClarkey's got nothing to work with. Absolutely no angle on the far rail, and the only angle he's going to create is off the bottom rail. But again, what do? Do you just try and lock up a ball, or do you try and play some sort of impossible shot? Well, in the end, he's not really done anything. Good afternoon, Cobra. I'm not going to mention that 10 ball because I don't think I need to. Oh, I mentioned it. Oh dear. That has got to be a sore one. Now, what we were all wondering is, did you have your pants around your ankles at the time? And you know, or were you just standing up? Because we were imagining that you had your pants around your ankles and you were actually just choking yourself to stop you pissing yourself. You certainly would have been dribbling a bit after that. That was unlucky. But that was a cracking kick and hope on that 3 ball and calling that pocket, and it was 2 good combos in the previous rack to keep you in the match. Now what's Monster done there? Well, he's got himself in trouble in a second because he's missed the 7, and McClarkey should be punching that 7 around the table. Make sure he gets that cue ball tight again, because I don't think he can pot this. Certainly doesn't look like he can. Well, he didn't think he could punch it around the table then, so he's now left himself the likelihood that he's going to be tucked away here. Oh, it was a good match. Yep, I enjoyed it. Very good match. So, got to call the pocket up and down. Now, it looks to me that the angle is sort of like there, just to the right of that middle diamond. Well, he's picked the line better than I did, and he's on the 8. Yeah, it was a very good standard. But then again, you know, before it started, that's what I said. I said, look, you got 2 good guys in this match. We're not expecting trash. We're expecting good quality. And McClarkey battling to get back in touch again, not letting Monster get away. And I think that was the 4 ball that's gone. No shot in the 1, but McClarkey should have Monster in trouble here. Well, he's calling the 10, trying to stun onto it, and he's played it well, and that's a quick rack to tie the match up. That was a very good shot. And a break, and a ball, and the 5 ball goes in as well. What other ball went in? The 5 and 6. Well, I thought he had no shot in the 1 there, because I thought he was going to run for cover, but McClarkey grabbed the bull by the horns, took the risk, getting this little draw off that 1, and comboing the 10 for a very quick rack, and we're back all square. Well, the combo may well be called here, and it might have to be a second combo after this. It may well be a 1-8 combo where this 1 ball's going to go, if the cue ball squirts over that way as well. Because the 1 ball's going to go to the rail. Well, he's missed the combo, and the 1 does cut, and the cue ball's going to brush off the 8, and he needs to find the gap. Now, was that a legal shot? Yes, it was. The 7 and 8 are tied up, and now the 3 and 4 are tied up, and I don't know whether he can pot this. No, he's got to punch it around and lock the cue ball in behind the 7 and 8. And McClarkey is in a hole and he can't get out. He ain't getting out of there. Well, that wasn't the shot I would have played, because I wouldn't want to open anything up, and that is not the shot of somebody who's thinking exactly where they are and what the position of the table was there. That is not the shot he should have played. If anything, just leave it in the mess that it was and give ball in hand to VP Monster, but don't assist him by opening up the table. That was a pretty dumb shot to be playing, McClarkey. Now, he's just said that himself in the chat, and I think he summed it up perfectly. That was a numpty shot if ever I've seen one. But of course, Monster has to take it out to prove the point, to ram home the pain. Make sure it sticks. And it looks very likely that Monster is going to get himself back in the lead. And we've got exactly an hour until Semi-Pro and Popman go head to head, as well as Mooncake and Chico, if both players turn up. Meanwhile, Monster has broke off. We've lost the 2, we've lost the 8. He's got a very thin cut in the 1, and he's got to just hope that this cue ball goes around the table far enough to leave a shot in the 3 and not be blocked off. And he's just about to be, because that nudge in the 10 has put it safe. Well, I'm amazed, guys, because there's only Monster and McClarkey and myself in this room, and everybody else that's watching it's watching it in the stream. That's the way it should be. And I posted on Pool is Not Dead earlier on Facebook, and as I said, I don't know whether anybody from there is looking in, but if you are, you're more than welcome to join the chat. Probably not, because I think all the people on there are more interested in real pool rather than simulated pool. And just another reminder, anybody watching on YouTube, if you're ever thinking of not YouTube, Twitch, anybody that's watching on Twitch, if you're ever thinking of subscribing to one of my channels, please do it on YouTube. Don't do it on Twitch. Just go to YouTube and type in nineball.com. That'll take you to my channel, because I'm trying to get that one to get the subscriptions up. I'm only at what, 400 and something. I think it's 408 or something, and it's that one that I want to get up to as close to 1,000. It's taken me 7 years to get to 400 odd, and that's without begging for subscriptions like everybody else does. Because when I get to 1,000, I can then monetize my videos and make like 1 pence for every time somebody watches them, or whatever it is. Which isn't very often, I can assure you. I'll never be a millionaire on YouTube like bloody PewDiePie. Semi-Pro is playing Potman. Now, can he pot it? No, he can't, so just bury him again. Oh, I mean, he knows enough to find his way around a table, certainly. Now, can McClarkey find his way into running out? Because at best he's going to have a 3-8 combo that he's going to have to make, because it's by no means lined up, so he's going to have to get the cut in the 3. Good afternoon, Jose. Gonna have to cut that 3 that direction to get that 8 ball in, and he's played it well. Now needs to get lucky, and I think he has done. 3 balls come off the rail, back into play, and now he can move the 4. Yeah, that's, I mean, 90, I mean, if this tournament wasn't on, and obviously he wasn't in it, he wouldn't be playing 10 ball at all. He's like probably the vast majority of us who don't go near 10 ball. Every time I see him play, it's cowboy, because I generally end up either, you know, playing doubles of that early morning, my days off, when these guys for the States are on. That's what I look forward to, playing some cowboy in the morning. And it's the only game nowadays that I've got a chance of actually beating someone. Well, that's ended up pretty good. It wasn't what was planned, but it will do. And Monster can see an edge. He's going to be hard pushed to get this safe though, because you can only see a thin edge, and he needs a bit of luck. Well, no prizes for guessing what's going to happen here. Nailed to the 9, that should be the plan. I mean, there is a far-fetched bank on here, but I would be much more inclined to either get distance or push him through on that 9. Danger with this shot though is if he doesn't get tucked right in behind the 9 and that 4 ball goes to the rail, then it's an easy kick up and down onto the 4 and probably call a corner pocket if he does. So he has to get really tight on the 9. Well, he's called the bank and he's got out of jail again. He's got away with it because he certainly had no shot in the 5. It probably would have been better just to nail him behind the 9. Well, that's in hindsight. He was obviously hoping that had he banked it he would have a shot in the 5, but unlucky and lucky at the same time. Oh, I thought that cue ball was going to track right in behind the 5 there, but it's a chance for McClarkey to take the lead. Plenty of room to get on the 5. But with that shot, he's going to have to do an awful lot of work to get anywhere up near that 6 ball. Big power shot here. And that weight is perfect. Couldn't have played it any better. Not straight though. Well, that's where you don't want to be. Dead straight in the 7 and having to get back up for the 9. And he's used the bottom. Now I'm trying to remember where we are. Looking down his side, it'd have been bottom and right English to kick that cue ball back up the table or down the table as we look. Where's it going to finish though? What's happened here? Oh, for goodness sake. Well, there you go. There's the worst place in the table you can put the cue ball. Right there on that point. And he's got absolutely no shot. And VP Monster's laughing up his sleeve right now. He won't admit it, but he is. I mean, he could not put it in any worse place in the table. Well, that's a bit of a turnaround in this rack, because Monster was not expecting to be playing this shot, but it's going to give him the lead. Well, this match and the last match, every rack has been a straight rack. Now that's a scratch and a break. There's been no tilted racks that I've seen today in any of these matches so far. I mean, in other matches we've watched, it's more than obvious that the rack's been tilted, but there's nothing shown here at all. Not in any breaks I've seen today. They've all been straight racks. Now, is that maybe potentially a breakthrough for Monster? But Monster's not at the table, although he's leading. McClarkey has a chance to catch him again. Well, very little, let's be honest. I mean, I've got the camera's perfectly straight, so we're looking at a straight table, and it should be perfectly straight. Good afternoon, Steve. Why is it all the racks are straight in these two matches we've seen today? Answer that one. There's not been one tilted, one iota. Bedhead insists they can be very slightly, but there's nothing that's discernibly noticeable to pick up so far. Let's see what happens in the rest of this match. If you haven't seen the Cobra match with Bedhead earlier on, don't mention 10 ball. Whatever you do, Cobra's here, at least he was a minute ago. Because he's going to go to bed tonight and have a nightmare. Yeah, but I can see when something's tilted and something isn't. I just can't see the edges of balls. Well, Monster with a chance to go to double figures. Now here's the one that goes wrong. This is the one that can always go wrong with that 10 ball. Well, he's made sure it isn't going to go wrong. He's hit it way soft. Right, let's see this next rack then. Tell me it's tilted or it isn't. Right, this camera's perfectly straight. That's perfectly straight as far as I'm looking. Or is it tilted slightly right? Maybe slightly right, I would say, on that one. I've convinced myself that that rack there was slightly right. And another question I'm going to put straight to you, Steve, is when are we going to get a major update for Virtual Pool 4? Straight to the point, no messing about. When you've got him backed into a corner, you might as well ask him. That's the penalty of coming onto the stream. So, VP Monster from the United States, the first player to get to double figures, but the most important part of the score is he's got that little gap, that 2 rack lead. Anything. I mean, we're desperate for anything. I mean, Shooter's Pool is running a mile ahead of VP4. They've got another new table. They've got tables and cues coming out your ears, ball sets, cloth colours, rooms. We're living in the dark ages in Virtual Pool 4. The guys will tell you that. You don't need me to tell you that. Never be happy with what you've got. Always look to improve. Well, ball in hand for the combo for VP Monster. Now if Monster can hold himself together here, all of a sudden he's going to have a 3 rack lead right where it matters. And I don't see any yeah, when you've got the top down view, if you've got the top down view to call a shot, you hit Alt to give you the 3D view, and then you can move about. How many years have you been playing VP4? Tells you in the screen. Mind you, you might not have the hints on, but in fact you don't need the hints on, it comes up naturally anyway, doesn't it? Whenever you have the call shot thing. Yeah, but you just hit Alt and then you can go all around the table, have a look at a shot before you decide. Well, McClarkey is going to pinch one back. Now, is this going to go all the way? The first match today had every chance of going all the way. Push out called. Well, he's asking for trouble with that push out because he can be locked behind a 10 in a second. Oh, just too heavy. But the 2-ball, I think, let's have a quick look. 2-ball's going nowhere, so that's a sort of safety net for VP Monster. Trying to get the pot as well as the breakout, McClarkey, and I think, well, I don't think there's any damage done. And that's a weak one from Monster. So, just a reminder, guys, to any latecomers, we've got the third match in today's trilogy, and well, a third and fourth match, I should say. We've got the match between Semi-Pro and Popman, due to start in 42 minutes time, and we've also got the match at the same time between Mooncake and Chiku. Now, if that match goes ahead, because I'm fully expecting the Semi-Pro Popman match to go ahead, it'd be very unusual for Popman to be a no-show, but I'm wondering whether this guy Chiku's going to turn up. So Monster just trying to tuck the 2 behind the 8, and he may well be in trouble here big time, because if McClarkey can get a wee bit of spin on it, not too much, but he can bring this cue ball right down into the corner, but he hasn't hit it. He's 2 foot short of where he should have been. That cue ball should have been in behind the 9 ball, and he'll be in trouble in a minute because Monster will nail this. Well, that is a 2 ball, isn't it? Well, I said he'd nail it, I didn't say he'd nail it into the pocket. What did I miss there, Keith? They're playing the 2 ball, aren't they? Did I say behind the 8? Yes, I'm colourblind. Because that's the 4, isn't it? See, from where I'm sitting, and not the fact that I ignored the 8 balls down by the 9, but from a distance that 4 ball looks like an 8 ball to me, because it blends into the blue cloth. I think I need to change it to the red cloth, guys. What do you think? That'll upset the neighbours. Or the slate grey, which I've never seen anybody playing with in VP4. That slate grey colour. Now, what's McClarkey going to manufacture here? A billiard onto the 9? It's a sort of stun billiard onto the 9. Not interested. Just trying to tuck it away. Well, good luck with this one, Monster, because I don't think he can get to an angle, because that 9 ball's in the way. So he can't get out past the knuckle either, I don't think. He's on the point. Well, he's trying to check the cue ball off the side rail with a lot of left English and spin it. Yeah, I was hoping for a miracle there. So it's going to be an 8-10 for the to tie the match up. Well, I'll tell you what the plan is, guys. My stomach is, that is tilted severely. Look at that one. Do you see that one? That is a serious tilt. That was that's what we've been waiting on all day. That was really bad. The plan is, if this match is moving as quick as it does, I'm going to keep the stream going, but I'm going to nip down and see what there is still left to eat in the house, because I've got to think about when this other match is finishing, and I don't want to have something to eat before I go to bed. I've got to plan ahead, so I'm going to nip down at the end of this match and see what I can pilfer that's worth eating. Because this is looking very likely that it could go all the way, but we may have maybe a few minutes to spare before the next match is due up. Now he called a 7, so everything's fine, and the 2 ball is just going to drop nicely, and it's going to be, oh, wrong button, hang on a minute, going to be a 3-6. Well, I said on a previous stream, and I don't know whether Steve had incorporated that into VP4 at the time, but during the testing, when we were playing 9-ball in testing, Larry was breaking balls, and he showed us that he could break, and the 9-ball 95% of the time was either going over that top right hand corner or going into the pocket. So Larry was calling that shot every time he was breaking in 9-ball. So I think after that, I might be wrong, but after that Steve looked at adjusting the rack to make it more random. So in 9-ball it should be something similar to 10-ball. You don't get perfect racks in VP4, and so now when you break in 9-ball, you can't break and have a pattern, because Larry was getting a pattern each time he was breaking, and the 9-ball would always track to that top right hand corner as we look, and it certainly doesn't do that now. So that would be the main reason for bringing in this randomness on how the break or how the rack sits prior to the break. Now Steve's still there, he can confirm or explain it different, but that's along the lines of the way it was or how it came to be. I think he's okay. I can certainly see the 2. Oh shit, I forgot about the 1. I'm definitely getting hungry and tired. Where are we? 11-10 to McClarkey. I'm too busy reading the chat. That's what it is. I'm taking my eye off the ball. Well, McClarkey's got the lead, and he's got Monster in trouble. Needs to call a pocket. Well, he hasn't. You see, there's a mistake there. Always call a pocket, but he's got it safe, which is the main objective. Now, is it possible to get that thin enough? No, it wasn't. That's why he's tried to just bank it up the table. I think he's, yeah, he's definitely okay. Same thing here for Monster. He might try and spin the cue ball over towards the 3. Well, that's not what he's playing. He's definitely trying to bank across towards the 3. He's called the 3. The 3's gone in. Excellent. Is he going to have a shot though? Oh, that's unlucky. Extremely unlucky. But he can still kick the 2 in. He can chip the edge of it off the rail. Another good one. Oh, not behind the 7, surely. Don't call me surely. Let's have a look. No, he's fine. He can get there. But he's overcut it. Well, I'm going to say this without fear of getting muted. That's all my fags gone. So I can put my webcam on. Well, we're at another vital, crucial stage. What do you mean turn it off? See, for that I'm going to keep it on all the time. This is the old hit and hope. Well, it's an awkward one. But if he just gently rolls the 5 down, he's going to be in good shape in the 7. He's got nothing to do with the cue ball. It'll just take its natural path. And VP Monster, golden opportunity to be all square again. Now he wants to leave this 9 as a cut into the right middle. He doesn't want to leave it bone straight, because that gives him the angle just to get out for the 10, and that will do it. That's perfect. Well, it's anybody's game now. That was fairly straightish looking. So VP Monster breaking in rack number 23. The break is dry. Possible cross bank for McClarkey into that left middle, but more likely just looking to get it safe. Now, dangerous if VP Monster's trying to cut the 1 to the right rail, because that 1 will go past the 8. If he's trying to skim the 1 and run down towards that 6, if he hits it half ball, that'll bring the cue ball back into play, and McClarkey will have a shot in the 3 on the 1, sorry. So he has to be careful with this. Yeah, he skimmed it. He's going to scratch though. He was trying a delicate shot. He had the right idea, but it's ball in hand for McClarkey, and he's looking for the 3 fouls. Has to get this tight though. You see, that's not tight enough, because Monster can spin it off the rail and clip the 1, no problem. Got to get them nailed for it to be good. Well, it's 2 fouls now, and well, what does McClarkey do here? He's going to go for the 3 fouls, try and nail it behind a 6. Let's have a look. I think you can. Let's have a look close. See if you just bent that slightly, it'll hit the one every day of the week. Just jack it up a bit, little bend. Yeah, so that's the 3 fouls out of the equation. Had to get it tight. Have I lost weight? Probably. Bearing in mind I've been working my arse off for the last 5 months. Well, that's one thing, Stub. I'll grant you that you do always think positive. Mind you, when you say you think I've lost weight, see if you saw my stomach, you'd think different. Well, is Monster going to go for the bank? It's not going to give him a lot of value because the 2 balls down here at the bottom of the table not doing too much. There's a combo from the 2 to the 7, but is there any great value in trying to pot that 1? Well, he's not made a good effort at getting it safe though, and we'll soon find out whether McClarkey can get there. Bit of traffic in the way though. Well, same again. There's room to hide in that top right hand corner. Does he just clip the 2, or does he call in the reverse bank? I'd be clipping the 2 and running to hide. Because he's got to somehow get this cue ball up the table to have any sort of shot. Well, he's called the billiard in the 10. Oh. Well, it's an 8-10 combo. He's called the 5. And that's going to go in, and it's, I don't know whether he can see enough of that. Yes, he can, but he's got to go up and down the table. Keep going, and if it slows up, he'll have a shot, and it's going to be the 4-6 to follow. And Monster, at the end of this visit, should be back in the lead. That 4 ball won't be going too far. Oh dear, oh, it's gone in. Oof. Well, that wiped more than its feet going into that pocket. But right over to the right. Oh, he's going to leave the billiard rather than the combo. Little billiard. And it's going to be 12-11. That looks straight again. So we're into rack number 24. The break from VP Monster is another dry one. Now I think that well, the way these balls are sitting right now, they've all got a pocket. Once again, my monster should be in trouble. Just going to have to ride his luck here with this one. Well, it's going to be the attempt on the combo. Now, is that the 8 ball this time? I'm going to zoom in to make sure. Yes, it is. Oh dear. Is it going to skim past? Yes, it has. So, monster has a great chance now, as long as he doesn't lock behind the 6. A great chance to take himself to the hill. Well, he's just gone too far on this 4 ball for comfort's sake. I mean, the pot's not the problem. It's finding a route onto that 5 that's the issue. Because the cue ball doesn't really want to go in the direction you want it to go. So he's forced into having to leave this long. Well, this is the shot. Get onto the 7, have the angle and get out for the 8. Oh, monster putting all his efforts into getting onto that 7, and he's missed the 6. McClarkey is going, well, unless he can play this across the table twice. Well, he's, oh, that's excellent. What a shot. And he's gone straight. He's going to have to pinch it a wee bit just to tweak that cue ball out. And that's given the lifeline that McClarkey wanted to tie the match up again. And of course, McClarkey, same old, he's going to have the break and he's praying for a ball and a shot. That's all he's asking for. Give us a ball and give me a shot. And nobody's listening to him. It's dry. How's that look? Well, I'm sure he tried the pot there. Very, very narrow angle to get that in. And a 1-3 combo. And the 1 ball is drifting over to the left, but if he plays it gentle enough, he'll be able to take it into that opposite corner, which is how it's worked out. So anybody's match, it's there for the taking, and McClarkey's undercut the one ball. And I think both players are feeling the pressure. It's a question of who's going to hold himself together long enough to get the job done. And it's not a great opportunity, this, for Monster, considering where that 2 is and where the 4 is. I mean, the simplest route is just going over to the right and cutting that back, which is the way he's went for it. Because any other route would be asking like for a spreadsheet and a blueprint to actually find the angles. He's done as best he can, and he's overcut it as well, but he's going to get the cover. An easy kick, but how safe is it going to be? Well, that's pretty safe. Is he going to be brave enough to call this combo? Not easy. Not from the angle he's playing it at and the distance between the two balls. But he's not got many other options. I mean, he can go safe if he goes the thin cut in the 4, cue ball off there and down here. There is a safety. And to be honest with you, that's the shot I'd be playing. I wouldn't be risking this. Is he trying to thin cut it the other way? What's he doing? He hasn't called the 9 yet. Now, he didn't call that there. I'm not saying anything other than the fact that he didn't call it. I'm not the referee, but he did not call that 9 ball there. And you know, somebody can say, "Aye, well, we know what he was doing." That's nothing to do with it. It's the rules of the game. Banks and combos need to be called. It's a call shot game. But this time, excuse me, I think the voice is going to crack. Well, this time McClarkey should be there within 1. And well, at the moment we've got 15 minutes before the next match is due up. Time for me to do a Cobra and then find out if there's anything worth eating in the house. And so with the break, rack number 26, and well, at least 3 balls have gone in, and McClarkey has got some sort of shot in the 1. I think he can get there for the long shot into the corner, and if he just rolls it through, he may well be on the 2 into the left middle. I presume he can just roll through that. Well, he's missed a 1 trying to hold for the 2. He did have a shot. Well, Monster now is at the point of no return. and he has to take it out to take us all the way to a final rack decider. Oh dear, what's he done? Has he held it up? He's okay. I was panicking there for him. And now he needs to look at this 4-ball. The safest one is just to come right down the left and leave it into the right middle. Oh, he's forgot about the 3 and he's scratched. And that might be it for Monster. But that was what he had in mind, getting that cue ball down the left. And whenever you start coming across the table, you've always a danger of going near pockets in the middle. And the worst possible outcome has just occurred. And so McClarkey from England, with ball in hand, trying to get as good as he can on this 4-ball. Well, that's tightish from there. Doesn't look quite as bad from there, but can he avoid the 8? Because he's got to get back for this 6-ball. Well, it's going to be long and thin, but nothing to do with the cue ball other than just make the pot. And a little soft drawish stun onto that right rail gets the cue ball out for the 10 for the match. Oh dear, well, he had other things in mind there. He wanted to go 2 rails and he's missed the 8. And VP Monster already had his cue in its case and had his jacket on, and my goodness me, he has made a right hash of the 8-ball as well. Well, that is your last chance this time, I'm afraid, because the two of them are falling apart here. I mean, the only thing I could say about that, I never looked at his cue. I'm assuming he played that with inside right to just check the cue ball straight up the table for the 10. But you're going to squirt the cue ball, of course, doing that. And that's cost him. He was given a lifeline, something he didn't expect. I think it caught him by surprise. And McClarkey has this 10-ball to win by 14 racks to 12. And, well, it thought about it, but it's gone in. And so McClarkey goes through to round 2. And right, with that, guys, we've got 10 minutes to go before the semi-pro Potman match comes on. Let me get rid of that now. Let's have a look. Right, well, Potman isn't here yet, assuming he's going to turn up. Now with that, I'm going to just keep the stream going and I will be back in a few minutes. And so well, if you guys can't hang around, thanks for your company, thanks for joining us, and if you can hang around, I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, we are back and we have found something to eat. I have got, and I've not even got a plate, I've got a pot with my beans and my corned beef hash in it as well that has been nuked. And so I've got my dinner, and we're here for the third match in today's trilogy in the 10 Ball Masters, and that match is going to be between Semi-Pro and Popman. Well, that's the plan, and Popman is here, as was Semi-Pro. There he is. We've also got a match going on at the same time, or supposedly going on at the same time, and that's between Mooncake and Chiku, who, as I said earlier on, may not appear, or at least that's what I'm thinking, and I don't see him in the lobby. And we are right at the top of the hour. The rooms are up. Mooncake is there. Chico isn't. He might turn up and he might not, but the match we're going to watch is between Semi-Pro and Popman, and we're good to go, and I'm going to have my dinner. So Popman has arrived. I think I should call myself Popman. I'll get my pot sitting in front of me in my desk. So Popman wins the lag. Again, it's 10 ball. All combos and banks should be called. It's winner breaks, no jump queues. I think that's about it. And I think everybody's gone. Everybody's gone for their dinner as well. Well, it's all about how many mistakes Popman might make, really, because mistakes are going to be made, but it's down to how many he makes and how often as to whether or not he's going to stay in this match for as long as he can. There's no doubt Semi-Pro is the strong favourite for this. Oh, you still there, WizKid? Well, I'm actually at my dinner at the moment while this is going on. I had to get something to eat now rather than waiting until the end of this match, because as I say, there's no way I want something to eat at 8 o'clock at night before I go to bed. Now, I'm still assuming that this Chico guy hasn't turned up, and I'm wondering, well, we'll soon know if that match times out. Well, Potman certainly likes to take his time in setting up some shots, so he's going to get the good use of his shot clock. It's maybe a question of whether Semi-Pro is going to get impatient and maybe take a liberty or two, but it remains to be seen. We've got all that to come. Yeah, it was a close match, and what a carry on at the end there, Jesus. I mean, you gave VP Monster that lifeline right at the last kick, and then he goes and makes a right hash of it. Oh, you're welcome. You can watch and suffer that again if you want. It'll be up. Well, it'll be up on YouTube, but it won't be up until tomorrow. Although it'll be up on Twitch later on. Like I say, guys, you need to excuse me. I'm getting some vital nourishment while this is in its early stages. Well, not the best of safety shots by Semi-Pro, and he should be in trouble here. And Potman didn't get to a rail, and those are the type of errors he needs to cut out. Trying to do a little delicate soft one to get the cue ball in behind the 7, and he's failed to get the rail. Well, I thought both of these were doing not too bad. I mean, I've seen worse, put it that way, so far in this tournament. Considering most of us don't get to play much at all, and considering that VP Monster has only been practicing 10 ball in the last week, because all he plays is generally cowboy. Oh, Steve was in for a short while as well, but I think I scared him away asking him what he was going to do with VP4. I think it's 10 minutes. Yeah, I think it's 10 minutes, and then it'll time out. I said he wouldn't turn up. I told you. You've got about another minute to go before the clock goes. I said legit Matthew wouldn't turn up the other night, and I was right with that one as well. I've got an in and about sixth sense to know who's going to not show up. Well, that 10 ball looks pretty nailed to this bottom rail. Well, that's long enough for somebody to get in. You know, 10 minutes. If the match starts at 6 o'clock, you're there at 6 o'clock. You're there and in the lobby practicing before your match starts. Well, look on the bright side, you've got to buy through to the next round. That's all that matters. It's not your problem. At least you've done your part of the bargain. You've turned up. But there's nothing more annoying than when somebody agrees to meet you at a certain time and they don't show up, or they don't even have the decency to send you a message through VP4 and say, look, I can't make it, I've got to do this, or something's happened or whatever. You know, that's the worst thing about it. Just simply not turning up and not giving an explanation is worse. So Semi-Pro wins an elongated first rack. I mean, we're practically 15 minutes into the match. Well, not quite. 10 minutes. Yeah, unforced errors is what Popman needs to cut out. He needs to cut them down to a minimum. I mean, on that little touch shot, he got it wrong, didn't get to a rail, and that's going to cost him dear. Well, that's not a bad safety. He's got the main objective in getting distance, but there's just enough of that one ball showing. Well, I think he tried to get that soft and thin. Didn't intend to push it towards the pocket. I'm sure he wasn't playing the pot. Well, I'm thinking that's what he was doing, but in the end he actually got it too thick. Left it hanging. And this is it. You've got to start trying to make things more difficult for your opponent, but you have to do that by getting things right yourself. And it's the mistakes. When they start coming thick and fast, you're only making it really easy for your opponent just to pick you off. Which makes it even more important than when your opponent makes a mistake and gives you a chance, you have to take it out. I don't think this is a good habit to get into, actually eating your dinner while you're streaming. It's not polite, but I'm bloody starving. And I've already been at this for what, 4 hours? 4.25 hours now. just going to scrape my pot now. Right, that's that done. Back in a sec. Right, that's it, guys. We've had our pit stop. We've been refueled, and we are now good to go for another few laps. I even found another packet of fags. How lucky am I? You fell asleep? I must be that bloody boring, so I must. And I'm the one that needs to fall asleep. So Bedhead. Semi-Pro has the 2-0 lead. And Potman needs to keep it tight. And more important for him, he needs to get one on the board at some point, and he needs to get it sooner rather than later. Well, Potman will be calling the 9 because he's got a shot for the combo, although it's nowhere near set. Now, if he doesn't fancy it, he can still play the safety, but it involves judging the pace again. Well, he's got the combo and needs to get lucky, and he's got nothing easy here. Got to watch this cue ball if he's going to go for the pot. Has he found a cover? No, I don't think he has. I think Semi-Pro can get there. Yeah, I think he can get that. No, maybe he couldn't. I thought he could. My eyes are really bad though. But he's got the next best thing. He's got Potman in trouble again. Now, is there a space there? I think there's definitely a space to kick the 6. He needs to be calling a pocket though. The old hit and hope again. Well, he tried his best there. This is a little tester. This is not easy. Right on that rail. But of course, the situation that Semi-Pro's in, he's under absolutely no pressure. He's not feeling any threat coming from Popman. And that's why he's eased himself into the match, and he's made a complete hash in the 8 ball. I think he was checking that to draw that cue ball back across for the 10, but he's got away with it. Oh, I think he's got to call the bank into this bottom right. It's a good bank. Only going to get one go at it, of course, with it being a called shot game. It's not like 9 ball where you can bank it, miss it, and it goes up into the next pocket. You've got to get it first time. Well, he's not going for it. He's playing the cut. And if he's going to play it plain ball again, he has to be careful. But the worst thing he should do here is overcut this. If he cuts it to the side rail, it'll go back to the top rail. But that's a great shot. Needs a bit of luck. And there's a bit of good fortune. An excellent cut in the 8 ball. And he's sitting plumb on the 10. And that may well give Popman a wee bit more confidence now that he's in the game. He's on the board. And he's off and running. Still trailing by 1. But he has the break. Breaks dry, 10 balls tied up with a 5, and no real shot in the 1 for Semi-Pro. He can cut it, but again, no real value in it. Much better to look for cover, and I don't think he's quite found it. He's left Popman a shot, but until something happens with that 10 and 5 ball, there's nothing to be gained other than gaining control of the table. Can pot the 1. If he doesn't get good in the 2, he can at least look for good cover though. Well, that's not a guide for potting it because it's too thin. So it's certainly going to head towards the end rail, but there's not much you can do with the cue ball. That's the other problem. He's missed a 2, but like I say, that 5 and 10 is Popman's life preserver until some movement can be done. And is Semi-Pro going to take a risk here? It's a big risk to try and split it and stay on the 3. And he's just skimmed it. And well, he's got the very thin cut. The cue ball's going to run into the 9 or the 8 here. Well, he's avoided that. Well, this is a clincher. He's got the angle. And he doesn't want to get too much into the cue ball because he'll head into that middle pocket. He wants to hit the rail and then spin down into the 5 and 10. It was a tough shot, but look at what's happened. He's got away with it again. Popman is going to have to bend this and chip it if he can. Just catch the edge of that 4. Now just try and roll this dead weight to the 5. He doesn't want to disturb it too much. Well, if he's playing this shot, he's simply going to bring the 5 into play. He needs to get this feather thin, this shot, or all he's going to do is bring the 5 out and leave the cue ball over in the right corner for Semi-Pro to make the pot. I'd be rolling off the side rail in towards the 5. If you hit it dead weight, you're not going to do any major damage, and even if you nudge the 10, you're not going to open it far enough to leave a pot. Well, he's looking at that now, and that's the shot. No damage done, perfectly safe. And same again if Semi-Pro just puts him in, but he was looking to get behind the 8 though. Well, that hasn't worked out. And what's more, Potman can skim into the 5, but it has to be really thin, or else he'll just bank it into play. He's really thin. He doesn't want to set up the combo though. That's the other issue. So there's a bit of thinking to be done here. If he just nudges it, well, he's certainly not left it safe, but he's not left anything easy either, and he could be in trouble. I don't know whether Semi wants to risk the bank. Cue ball's not heading towards the 6 if he does. Well, he's going to have to play it long, but it's a good cut. Not easy to judge those. And that's the result there from the Mooncake Chico match. Chico didn't show, and Mooncake gets advanced. So Semi-Pro going to go to 2 again, leading by 3 racks to 1. Ball in a break, and no real shot in the 1. Well, while Semi-Pro's playing his shot, what we'll do is we'll quick look at this bracket just to catch up where we are. We've got Moz to play Jose in round 2. We've got Mr. Bill set up with Albinario. That's going to be a big match. We've got McClarkey through to play Acero. We've got Sylvia, who's had a bye, waiting to find out her opponent. We've got Larry, who I believe has sent proposals to Wanwa, or Fan Fan as he says, but I don't think he's had any joy. And of course, if that match runs out of time, then Larry will be the one who's advanced, because he's the one that's been sending the proposals. He's had nothing from his opponent as far as I know. We've got the Potman Semi-Pro match on at the moment. We've got Mr. Fox to play Bedhead in round 2. Bedhead, of course, winning that match earlier this afternoon between him and Cobra by just a couple of racks. We've got LS3 already through to round 3. Now Linus sent me a message which I didn't get until this afternoon when I got home. I think he sent it last night when I was maybe going to bed. He was asking whether I was going to stream his match, but of course, well, I couldn't for two reasons. First of all, I was going to bed, and I certainly couldn't reply to him before that because I never noticed the email until this afternoon. So anyway, LS3 is through again by a couple of racks. We've got Interchange X and Stub set to play. Again, these are all round 2 matches, so they've got until September the 13th to play. And what else we got? I would have liked. I mean, if I wasn't going to work, I would have probably streamed it. Yeah. And we've got that match that didn't happen between Mooncake and Chiku. Mooncake through to round 3. We have Sergaresh. Well, Mooncake's through to play Sergaresh in round 3. And we have Spectre Dawn set to play Shaft Tracks, and that's on September the 10th. Now, what day is that? This is the 5th, isn't it? So Sunday the 6th, Monday the 7th, Tuesday the 8th, Wednesday the 9th, Thursday the 10th. I'll be able to get that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, provided both players show. Well, I agree with what you're saying, Bedhead. Well, they should forfeit right away, but I don't think there's any way of doing it, obviously. But the other thing is they should at least send a message to their opponent saying, look, I can't be there. Good luck in the next round, that sort of thing, but they don't bother. We have Brainfill out against Bankster in round 2. Sky Bitter to play, I presume that's meant to be Ice Age. And then we've got Sargo, who's someone I've never heard of, who got a bye, and he's due to play Jover in round 2. We've got Squirter, who, sorry, not Squirter, Hazard, who is through to round 3, having beaten Squirter. And Christian is set to play Party Marty at 8 o'clock in a couple of days' time. So you can forfeit at any time, can you? I didn't know. Well, even before the matches started in the bracket. Well, back to this match, and it's not good news for Popman. Well, it is there. He's won that rack. He's got it back to within 2. But no, that's not what we're talking about, Tin. We're talking about that match earlier on, for example, between Mooncake and Chiku. Chiku's agreed a time to play a match with a guy, but like a few people, he hasn't bothered to show up. And what Bedhead was saying is that, you know, well, I mean, I'm assuming that's what he's meaning, that even if you've agreed a time to play, you should be able to go in and forfeit if you're not going to show. But common courtesy is actually just sending a message saying, look, I can't be there, this is cropped up, I've got to do that, good luck in the next round, and at least let the guy know that you're not going to be there. Then he doesn't have to take his time out to turn up. So you can forfeit on the bracket. I never knew that. Well, that's what I was thinking. Tin says you can't, and I would tend to agree with that, because I don't see any option where you'd have it in the bracket that you can forfeit a match before it starts on the bracket. Well, I'll tell you something, guys. I've done some long streams, 4 and 5 hours when I've been doing my trucking, and I haven't done that many of them in recent times, simply because after 2 hours my backside's sore, and I'm getting tired very quickly in recent days or recent times, and certainly now I'm beginning to feel the pinch, having been here since before 2 p.m. this afternoon, and it's now, well, what, 25 minutes to 7, but we're going all the way. Is there on the match? But that's schedule. That's before you actually schedule it. Then you should choose forfeit. Is that what you're saying, Bedhead? So here's an example, Bedhead. Let's say I was in the tournament, and you sent me a proposal, right? If I then click the link on it to take me to the bracket, because I can't remember what it says on these NRT tournaments, is there like a drop down or 2 or 3 choices in what you do? Send a second proposal, send an alternative proposal, or forfeit the match? Is that what you're saying? Well, in this case, if Bedhead says that, I agree with him. Well, Semi-Pro has made the mistake, and these are the type of opportunities that Popman knows he has to take. He's only got the 6, the 7, the 9 and the 10, and he has to get it done. I'm sure you'll have a screenshot winging its way to you, Tin. Tin at asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That's a great email address. Oh, we don't need to discuss that, Stub. We're talking about somebody who didn't show. God, I didn't even know that was Larry there. Well, what the hell's happened here to Popman? He's ended up having to play the bank, and now he's got the thin cut in this 10. Well, he's finding difficult ways to do things. He only had 3 balls to pot, I think. How's your match going, Larry? I presume you've had nothing. Well, Popman's back to within 1, and the mistake came from Semi-Pro, and eventually Popman got the job done, and that's exactly what he has to do. What's the deadline in that match again? The deadline's today, isn't it? So Larry will be advanced at whatever time, 8 o'clock tonight. Is that when this first round, or is it 7 o'clock tonight? 20 minutes time that Larry gets advanced. Wanwa has forfeited before start. Well, that means that that option's available in the tournament bracket, isn't it? Yes, that's Larry. No, he emailed it, right. Well, you're probably better just letting things take its course anyway, and it'll update when the deadline time comes. A semi-pro still with a 1 rack lead, and that 5 ball is the problem one, although it's wide open obviously into the middle pocket, but he's gone way too far on it. He's still got a thin cut, but he certainly didn't want it to be there. Now he could take the thin cut, has to somehow skip past that 8 ball and get back up the table for a shot in the 6, or he could nail Popman behind the 8. Well, that's probably a wise move, Tin. Just let things take their natural course. You get and start editing things, weird things can happen. And the mistake again from semi-pro, but it all came down to that positional shot in the 5 now. Well, Popman has a chance here. It's a tough one. But if he pots this 5, he's got to be on the 6. What's the angle like from his end? Well, he's not going to scratch, but he's not risking the 5. That needs to slow down. Oh, that's going to squirt away, but has the 6 came to the rescue? Because that 9 has came to the rescue also. That cue ball was going to run past there. The 5 would have been wide open. And semi-pros get out of jail there in that one. And Popman, easy kick, but no saying where this is going to end up. Well, that'll do it. He'll take that every day of the week. That's worked out very nice. Well, Popman just needs to do more right things and wrong things just to stay in touch with semi-pro. And here's a chance again, another great opportunity. The worst thing about it is that 10 ball, because that is really going to be ugly if you're out here or out here. He's got to be thinking about that, especially where the 8 ball is if he gets that far. Now this is going straightish. You don't want to be going forward because you're simply going to run into the 8 ball, and if you draw off it, you want to hit this as hard as you can with the amp on it and stun it and get the cue ball off the rail and out to the right. Give it an almighty slam. He looks as if he's going forward to me. Well, in all honesty, that wasn't the shot. I think there was enough angle in that to slam it full amp and get the cue ball out into the table. This is not where you want to be playing this 7 ball from. But in it goes. He's still there. He's making hard work of it. In the end, it doesn't matter how they go into the holes as long as they go in. But can he get good on the 9? And like I say, it's the problem is the 10, and that's as good as you could ask for. because this is exactly where you want to be playing the 10 ball from, as straight as you can, and just roll it in. But this, to get the match back all square. And Popman with the break in rack number 9. I never knew that either. Never knew that at all. And Popman has broke off. The 2 ball has gone. He's got again another tester in this 1 ball. But if he pots this 1, he'll brush off the 6, and he may well find a gap for a shot in the 3. It might not be pretty, but the 6 ball might help him here if he's going to go all out for the pot. Right, well, he's looking for safety. That's not quite there. It's still a thin cut, but Semi-Pro will be going for it. And that's another thing that he needs to be getting in more control of, is getting better safety choices. Working the pace. Well, Popman has maybe got Semi-Pro thinking a wee bit more, because he wasn't interested in the cut. Well, that needs to keep going. I don't think it's quite enough, but it's again another thin one. It looks like he can get to it. Well, in it goes. Another awkward cut to follow. And this is where it's just a struggle to get into shape, get that cue ball in line. And then the other issue, well, it's not quite as bad, but where the 9 ball is awkward. But considering the 8 ball's right over this left hand corner pocket, makes it a hell of a lot easier to try and get some sort of shot in the 9. But the chances are the cue ball's going to have to run up and down the table to get back in the 10. I'm just thinking ahead for Semi-Pro's sake here. Oh, this could end up ugly. Oh, just nudged the 10 enough. Well, it's worked out perfect rather than ugly, because he can now pot the 7, roll it up to the 8, and just finish on the rail for the 9. Well, he's dead straight. He's going to have to leave the cut back. I don't think he wants to be trying to do too much. Well, he's looking to come back. That'll do. But it's going to get Semi-Pro back into a 1 rack lead. Don't think anything went. No. Nothing has been left. But there is a billiard onto the 8, I think. If there's enough of that 1 showing, it looks like it. So Popman calling the 8 ball, trying to skim the 1, brush the 8 and push it into that hole. What's he done here? Well, he's left the combo, the 1-3, and Semi-Pro will be looking to take advantage of this. He's having a look at the 5 ball, seeing where it is in relation to the 9. And if you look at it, anywhere out in the table from this side isn't a problem. Plenty of room, and potting the 5 at that angle brings you onto the 6. But it's going to very likely be the 7-8 combo. That's dead straight, provided you can get good on it. Well, he won't get a better opportunity than this, because he's perfect in the 6 ball. Can either stun up or just come off the rail. Well, he's just overhit it slightly. So Semi-Pro was given the chance with that combo to start him off, and he's run out, and he's now opened a gap again to 2 racks. Popman taking a time out, and as long as your opponent doesn't break, then the timer doesn't start counting down. So Semi-Pro doing the right thing and just waiting until Popman says he's back. Now look at that rack. At that angle you can see that's tilted. The 3 balls higher up the table than the 2. See, that's not quite as noticeable. that way. Yes, what, the tilting the rack? Yes, it is on purpose. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. But I think Steve had gone at the time. He could have explained it better. But the 9-ball rack when VP4 was in testing was too predictable, the way the balls were breaking. So from then on, Steve worked out a way to randomise it a bit better. Tilting the rack slightly here or there is one method, but the balls aren't always set perfect either. They're not all necessarily touching one another in the rack if you zoom in close enough. Not that they touch half the time anyway when it says it's a touching ball, but in snooker that is. But it does add that variance, so now you cannot predict a break now in VP4. Certainly not in 9-ball. So Popman had done all the hard work to get himself back all square at 4 racks all, now finds himself in exactly the same position again. He's trailing by 2. The table's not nice, well, not nice at all for trying to run it. 4 balls locked up with the 7. Corner pockets guarded by the 9. Popman trying to drop in behind a 5, but he's not going to get to a rail again, and there's another touch error. It's all to do with touch, and that's 2 that he's got wrong, and he's maybe going to find himself nailed behind that 5 in a second or two. Well, the cue ball should have been tighter, and there's enough room to spin around the 5 into the rail and hit the 3. There's plenty of room to do that. He's looking at a kick. Let's have a look. Oh, I would bend that round to 5, no problem, to hit that 3 ball. But of course, the one thing I would say against the shot I was talking about is that if you do hit the 3, the chances are all you're going to do is break out the 4 and the 7. So in some respects it was right not to play the shot I was talking about, but having given Semi-Pro that option, he's now got Popman in trouble again. Now, I think that was legal, although he didn't call the 10, so it's a missed call. Yep, it was a legal hit, so he got the shot right. 10 ball going in, the missed call brings the 10 back up, and Semi-Pro can either play or put Popman back in, but he's decided to play. Played that dead weight, and now can he make enough room to get to this 4 to play the combo? Let's look at the angle he's got. Can he get that clean? Now, was that legal? Yes, it was. Touch and go there whether it was, but the 4's on. 5 down the rail, 6 in the top right, 7 in this bottom left, and getting the cue ball out for the 8 is the important one. But more important though is the score on that scoreboard, because this will take Semi-Pro away, or further away, or furthest away I should say. No, I think he was 4-1 up, wasn't he? Aye, I think he got to 4-1. Well, this is going to give him a 3-rack lead again. If he can get out on that 8 ball, he's left himself pretty straight again in the 7. He's got the right side now to just drop, or it should be just to drop through for the 10 ball. Of course, it's on its spot at the head of the rack, having been respotted after the missed call. So 7-4 it goes to, and there's just the danger signs now here threatening for Potman. Can't really afford to let this lead go any bigger. Semi-Pro with the 2 ball and a break. This thin, tight cut down the rail. Well, I presume he played safe. Because in the end he's got it covered. And no luck for Potman. He's got the hit, but he left that 1 ball on. But Semi-Pro doing the right thing there. Making it as tough as he can for Potman. Well, got to spin around the angles here if he's taking this in the middle to get the cue ball around. He's going round. Has it gone too far? Yes, he has. That's unlucky. That was a good attempt. Just an ounce off that, it'd have been perfect in the 4 into the left middle. But Potman, if he comes to the table after this shot by Semi-Pro, and Potman has a shot, then he's simply got to get it done. Semi-Pro's missed a kick. And the problem is that 5 balls very tight past the 8. That's causing the problem. The other problem is the 6. Well, that is another option. That is a good mention, WizKid. I mean, it's so awkward. I don't think Potman even considered it either, neither did I. But in the end he's done the right thing. Just trying to put Semi-Pro in as much trouble as he could. Now that 4 was called there into the corner. And Potman now has the cut into the middle, but more important than that, he's got the perfect angle off this 4 to come off the end rail and down that left hand side rail for a shot in this 5. Well, he's he's nowhere near the pace he needed. He wanted to get a bit more into that just to get up the table. He's playing this from too far away. Had to get that up to like the middle pocket or just before it from that top side. That need to miss the 10. Well, a risky cut, and the cue ball running all around the table to get a shot in the 8 and the 7. Well, he's called the bank. Now, is he going to go for it, or is he going to try and hide that cue ball? Well, he's called the bank, but he's called it into the wrong pocket. And so Semi-Pro again has the choice of playing the balls where they are or putting Potman back in. But he's got an opportunity here to play a good safety, get good distance. It's going to hit the knuckle. So that's worked out wrong. Wasn't expecting that. It just means that Potman's a lot closer to the 7, so it's a lot easier for him to get the save. That's what I was wondering. Immediately I saw the ball going in, I assumed it was a legal shot, but he played for the double bank. He might have actually called the wrong pocket for all we know. When he's looking at that top-down view, he maybe got confused, I don't know, but it's not often somebody would call a shot that's going to end up being played as a double bank. But anyway, Potman's chance is pretty much gone in this rack, and Semi-Pro is now threatening to run away. He's going to have his lead doubled to 4 if he can take these two out. Well, that one looks tilted again. So the lead is 8 racks to 4. We're into rack number 13, and Semi-Pro's break is dry. And look at this table, they are all there, Potman. Have a good look at them, because you should be taking them out. Now, what's he doing? Is he losing connection? Oh shit, that's the 9 ball down that end of the table. I thought that was a 1. My eyes are really bad. That and the fact that I'm falling asleep isn't helping with the situation, I have to admit. Well, I've now been streaming for 5 hours and 9 minutes, or 5 hours and 10 minutes, because I started before 2 o'clock this afternoon. And I'm beginning to struggle. Well, this is an awkward one. I don't think he can get around that 4 ball. See, the tendency with that shot is if you were trying to spin around the 4 and into the rail and kick the 1, you'd hit it too hard and the spin wouldn't work. And the other issue, of course, is not being able to find an angle off that left rail, because the 6 and the 8 were in the way. So Potman has done his best to try and just tie a couple of balls up, but he's laid himself in for the 3 foul here. Semi-Pro looking to punch this one down the table, nail the cue ball to the 9, and have Popman in heaps of trouble. And that's going to be a miscall, and now Semi-Pro is in heaps of trouble. Because Popman will stick him straight back in. And that's how it all backfires on you. Well, how a situation, I mean, it's not often you're going to see that. You play the safety and you play the snooker, and then you push a ball into a pocket, and lo and behold, your opponent's only ever going to stick you right in there. But now, with Semi-Pro having opened up the balls that were tied up, Popman has got ball in hand and everything waiting to go in, but he's going to have to manoeuvre this cue ball well to get on that 4 ball, as well as the 3, because the 3 ball is only going into this same pocket as the 2. Oh yeah, he played to open him, but the obvious thing is he wasn't planning on what the outcome was there, but he's done Popman a favour. It's all a big question now as to whether Popman can get this job done here. He's not going to do it like that though. Is it around the corner now? Well, he's got lucky, but he's still got more work to do, because he's got a similar problem. He can pot the 3 no problem, but look at where the 4 is. The 4 is not going anywhere up that end of the table on the right hand side. Well, I don't know what he tried to do, but he can surely only push this 4 towards the 10 maybe, and just run over to the left, or certainly keep it tight. It's a big risky cut, this 4 ball into that left hand corner pocket. Well, he's trying to spin in behind the 9. He's got there. Excuse me. That's a good shot. And my voice is beginning to crack. And so the snooker gets Popman his reward, and now he has as good an opportunity as he's going to get in this rack to take it out at this visit. He's not going to get any more chances. Now, whatever you do, don't go to the rail. Stay on the right hand side of the 7 and play that 6 into the corner. You don't want to be messing with that side cushion. And he's got himself out. Just a roll in the 6, a roll in the 7, and an angle to cut that 9 and come around with the cue ball, because that's what he's going to have to do unless he rolls this 9 really dead weight to leave the 10 ball long into this bottom right hand corner. The shot is this: pot the 9, cue ball that way, and down for the 10. It's the more likely shot to play, but he doesn't want to try and get cute on this 9 ball. He has to be confident enough to let the cue ball run, but not too far, and that's as good an angle as you'll get to be able to do the shot I'm talking about. And he's got there. Well, it's one back, but it is a long way back. He's still trailing by 3. But as long as you've got that break, you've got a chance. A ball in the break, couple of balls in the break, and he's not going to get any luck in the shot though. But he can nail the cue ball to that 7. Now, is he going to get this right? No, because he's not nailed it. You've got to get it right on that 7, because you're giving your opponent too much room. And it's these little touch shots that some players have to work on. And you only get that by really dialing your mouse in and being confident each time you come to play those type of shots. Because Potman isn't. And that's been evident more than once. You have to get these cue balls tight to the object ball to give your opponent little or no room to manoeuvre, and that way you've created a very good safety. And the way these balls are clustered here, there's trouble ahead for somebody. The 3 ball obviously goes. Well, what a shot that was. But like I say, there's trouble ahead, and unfortunately the trouble is for Potman. But if he can get this right, he might get lucky. Oh, that is beautiful. That could not have worked out any better. Absolutely perfect. He played that one. Well, you can see the balls. Mind you, he called the shot there, but the balls, I think in 10 ball stay down. Aye, 10 balls always going to come back up until it's legally potted. Well, Potman, now let's look at it from his angle. What would be the shot you would play? Well, you've got to go, let me get my wee doodle, you've got to go there and there. Plenty of room to get on that 7. When you start thinking too much about what you're doing, you're creating problems for yourself. I mean, if you go tighter and you go that way, you can end up over here, but you've got to be on this 7. Anywhere over by the right middle pocket is the shot. And that will do very nicely indeed, because now he's got the perfect little angle on that 7. Just pot the 7, cue ball off the end rail and out into the table. You don't chicken out in this shot, you've got to hit it to get the cue ball up past the 9. And maybe with a wee tad of helping left, just to make sure you do give yourself enough room. Well, it's wiped its feet, but yeah, I think he did play that with a wee tad of inside left, just to get away from the 9 and give him room. But he's done the right things in this rack. And he's back to within 2. And a 5 ball in, the cue ball's going in. Well, it was hanging up until the 2 ball kicked it in. And that is painful. Everything looking good there. And then that happens. And Semi-Pro, with ball in hand, he's looking at the table, planning his way to get out here. And really, the problem ball is the 4. It's about giving himself enough room to get to the 4. Well, there and there is a shot for the 4. Well, he's going to run over to the rail, but he's still in the same sort of position. That will do. And now cut the 4 and over to the left, 6 into the same pocket. He's gone dead straight, so little soft draw. So this is going to be a sore one for Popman. Had the impetus there, getting those 2 racks, working hard to get that last one, all to see it all dwindle away after that break, where he gets a ball in the break, maybe even get 2 in the break. The cue ball was rattling in the jaws, and then the 2 ball nudges it into the pocket, and the rest is history, because Semi-Pro is running out with ball in hand as expected, because that's what you've got to do if you're going to win this tournament. Just a simple roll in will stretch the lead again, and the lead is going back to 3. Oh, well, it's a dry break, and I think Semi-Pro has got away with it. Nothing on for Popman, but you've got the 9 ball hanging, you've got the 6 ball more or less hanging. Now, can Popman get a safety here? And he's not getting to a rail, and that's the 3rd time he's done it. And you know, if you're doing that on too many occasions, there's something wrong, and the touch is what's the problem. It's having the confidence to play those little gentle shots, and he's not got it right again. And these are just free goes here for Semi-Pro, and of course he's going to do the most obvious thing. He's going to do everything in his power to take this out and drive the point home that if you're going to make fundamental errors not getting to a rail, then I'm going to make you pay by letting you sit back and watch me clear up. There's nothing worse. Well, you've been playing VP4 for umpteen years, Popman. It's a bit late to start thinking about that now, I'm afraid. Got to work on that touch. No, it's a bit late considering he's in a tournament match, and he's made 3 of them so far. I think half of that chat's disappeared. It was too much that you pasted. My chat isn't big enough to fit all that in. again, this is another one that is going to hurt because it's his self-inflicted damage here by Popman. He's got himself to a position where he was back in touch, and then that unfortunate break that he had with the scratch cost him, and now a third error on a soft touch safety where he hasn't got to a rail. He's not driven a ball to a rail. The cue ball hasn't hit a rail after the shot, and well, the end result is that Semi-Pro has got himself into double figures, and the lead is back to 4, and it's now a crisis situation for Popman. Six ball being called. Six ball goes in. Combo played by the 1, and Semi-Pro's got the cut in the 1 as well. Well, I think he's going to have to rely on a wee bit of luck here, because I don't think he can avoid slamming into that 5. Well, he's checked it, he's avoided it, but he's going to scratch. And here's Popman's chance again with ball in hand. I wouldn't necessarily say to keep in touch, it'll get him back within 3, but he's got to do it. Well, I would be coming out into the middle of the table. I wouldn't want to leave the 4 from the inside. This is... can he avoid that 10? Is he playing it with inside? Yeah, he's trying to check it. You don't want to get an awful lot on this, just enough to avoid going left. He's trying to come back down the right hand side here, I think. Yeah, that's killed the pace, but he's still got the shot. Well, this is yet another vital visit for Popman. Got to take it out. Oh dear. What has he done here? Oh, it is ugly. And again, it's a ball in hand situation. You should not be getting yourself hooked. You should be taking evasive action. You should be able to see that that's likely to happen. And he's going to have to kick and hope. Well, that's not bad, but he's going to be in trouble. Well, I say in trouble. That's the worst shot of the night that Semi-Pro's ever going to play. And Popman can't believe his luck, but can he get it done? 10 ball in the bottom rail. A straight in 7 ball. Well, this will be a big bonus. If he can take it this time. He really cannot afford to mess this up. Well, he's the wrong angle in the 8. No, Cobra's shot was the worst of the day. That's Semi-Pro's worst shot of the day, no doubt about that. I mean, we're talking about a 10 ball that was straight into the hole. Well, Popman has to go right through, let the top do its job, and run through and come back down the right hand side. That's the shot. Oh, he's played that with inside. He didn't need it. He just needed to go forward. Now he's left an almighty cut in this 10 ball. Well, he has to get this so clean for it to stay there, and he's got it. Where's the cue ball? Oh, I think the spin kept that away there, but it doesn't matter. It's a rack that Popman shouldn't have got, and he's got it. And he's back to within 3 with the break. 8 ball was thinking about it. Now what has Semi-Pro got? Well, he's not got a pot, but once again Popman's going to be in trouble. Well, if he's going to play this from that side, he's going to have to play this, I don't know, but maybe with a wee bit of left. I don't know whether the angle is there, is it? To kind of check the cue ball a bit. No, called the 8. How's his luck? Nothing doing. Just a soft roll onto the 1. My eyes are definitely going, because I didn't think that angle was exactly there to get to that shot that Popman played. But fair dues, played it well. Oh dear. All to do with touch again. So, and Popman has given Semi ball in hand, but look, he's having a look at this 6-10. It's set nowhere near. There is a wee bit of gap, but I would think he's probably thinking more in breaking it up and getting lucky to holding the 2 here. I think that's what he's planning. It's again another risky shot, but he might not get a better opportunity to try and move them. Well, he hasn't done it. He's got the same choice to make again. Can pot the 2 and can break the 10 and the 6, but doesn't know if he's going to be in the 3. It's always a risky take. Now, does Semi-Pro think that he can make this 6-10 combo? Is he going to try and get down below it? Because this 5 isn't exactly easy to get onto, considering he's the wrong side of the 4. So, if that's the case, he has to get good on the 5. And he's looking to... I don't know whether that was planned to draw off the 5. He might still be able to do it. Well, he just chipped to green, sorry, not the green, chipped to 6 very slightly. Hasn't really done anything to improve the situation. And cue ball just squirts out behind the 10. Now if Popman can get this right, what's he think? I think he can cut that. I think there's just enough of that 6 ball shown for him to thin cut that into the corner. That looks like what he's doing. No, he's done it again 4 times. That is unbelievable that a player that plays the game as much as Popman does cannot find a touch to get a ball to a rail when he's playing that gentle shot. He's got no confidence in it whatsoever, and it's just a gift again for semi-pro. Oh, yeah, you cannot be doing 4 of those in a game. I mean, anybody can do it once. They can be forgiven for doing it once, but if you're doing it 4 times, you've got a serious touch problem. And it's another rack that, well, is made all too easy in the end by Popman. And as I said at the beginning of this match, it's all about how many errors Popman can cut it down to, because that's going to be the difference. There's going to be errors from both sides, but the odds were that there was going to be more coming from Popman, and that's the way it's been. 4 glaring errors where he's not been able to get the ball to the rail and playing the little gentle shots. Big discrepancy there in the touch. And it now sees semi-pro leading by the 4 racks again, 11 racks to 7. And he's managed to land on the 2. And the 3 goes past the 5. Well, clearly he couldn't just stun across to the 3. Played a little draw to squirt past the 4. Played it well. Well, the mistake's been made. Got no shape in the 4. Rattled the 3 and it's gone stone dead safe. Well, semi-pro having to deal with this situation. I don't think there's any way he can get to the 3. He could try rattling it in the jaws like you would in a snooker table, but that's very unlikely to be very successful on this these pool tables. So, by hook or by crook, Popman has ball in hand, but time is running out big time for Popman. Squirting away up the table, that's nowhere. Still got the thin cut into the middle, but there's no real feeling of having that cue ball under control here for Popman to get this job done in this rack. Well, that's a better one, and that's at least got him a good angle on the 5. Well, the gap's there between the 7 and the 10, no doubt about that. Now, is he going to just find that gap? Well, that's going all over the place again, and that has taken his eye right off the ball. He seemed determined to bring the cue ball up the table to get on that 6, and admittedly that's exactly the position you'd want to be in the 6, but you've got to sometimes just bite the bullet and play the simple shot and find the gap. But he got lucky and he left nothing on for semi-pro, and semi-pro's safety has given Popman another bite at it. Is he going to do it this time? How many opportunities is he going to want? Well, that's now worked out perfect. Easy to drop down onto the 7, but just don't drop below the 7. Make sure you overhit it and come off the rail and up. Well, not the most convincing of shots, but he's got there. The little draggy shot. Well, whatever you do, don't scratch in the right middle pocket if you're going to come across to that side. Well, he's taking that well out of the equation. He's going straight. So it's the cut down the rail. Should get this every day of the week though. Well, Popman lives again. Back to within 3. Well, they have broken very well, but nothing doing. But nothing for semi-pro to go at. So we'll be looking to tuck the one away and run and hide. Six ball can be used as a stopper if he wants to go behind the 9 and around the corner and up the table. Well, he's called the bank. Again, the bank's fine, but he's got no shot other than a thin brush off the 2 and try not move it at all and get the cue ball tucked away and certainly get into a rail, and he's done it again. That is 5 times now, and I don't think I've ever seen a player from the worst rated player to the highest rated player ever do that in any game of virtual pool. And it's another gift, and it's going to be more pain for Popman. Well, talk about digging a hole for yourself. He's got that down to a fine art. I'll give him that. He's certainly consistently bad on the touch shots. It's non-existent. And it's another free go for semi-pro. How many invites to the party has semi-pro been given tonight? 5. Well, nerves has not got anything to do with being able to execute the little soft touch shots. That's all down to how you set your mouse and how dialed in it is for you to be able to confidently play those type of shots. I'll give somebody nerves for 1 mistake like that, but not 5. Come on. Be honest. Like I say, I've never played anyone or seen anyone do that as many times in a match. But all it means though is that semi-pro is 2 away, it's 12-8, and think about it, potentially that's 5 racks that Popman may or may not have won because of it. Well, certainly he didn't win them because of it, but if he'd stayed at the table, he could well have had them. It's all about the ones that got away. And I think semi-pro is going for the kill. Good cut in the 1. Nice on the 2. Good angle to get down for the 3. Well, the last remaining problem ball is going to be the 5. Up the table, down the table, and get behind it, and he's played that perfect. And now, looking at that shot, it's just a roll through. 6 into the right middle. He's looking to see if the 6 goes past the 8, but the simpler shot to me is just to roll it through. You get a wide open middle pocket. I thought Wanwa had sent a message through to Tin saying that he couldn't play Larry. Is this Larry playing Wanwa? Or Fan as he calls him? Oh right, I've got it now, because he's forfeited, so they're now in their next round. Is that the case? Let's have a look. Well, we'll look in a minute. It's all about getting from this 8 down to the 9. Well, it's a fiddly one, but anywhere out to the left, we'll give him that 10 ball, and that will do. And this is taking semi-pro within 1. I think the semi-pro is giving up in the break. He's gonna try something different. And lo and behold, he gets 2 balls in the break. One of them is a 10 ball, and he's got a shot in the 1, and the 4 ball thinks about going in. Well, that's the way to do it, because he can drop the 1 in, he's got the 2, and this match is over. Let's have a look. Oh aye, there we are. So they started half an hour ago. Yeah, well, I won't be seeing that one because I'm knackered. Much as I would like to. Well, Semi's managed to find a way to miss the one. Well, this is last chance saloon for Popman. Larry's got too much game against Sylvia. Needs to avoid that 6. Oh dear. Well, if ever you can find yourself in a hellhole, Popman certainly got this down to a fine art. And this could be his last shot. Got to call the 5. I don't know whether he can get to it, can he? Yes, he can. But got to call it into the corner if he thinks he can get it from that side. And that may well be it. Semi-pro, plenty of room past the 9 for the 6 ball. Oh, he's tried to stun across behind it. He's misjudged it. Well, still got a good bank on. And it doesn't go. And Popman has a slim chance here to survive with an awkward cutting this 6 into that right hand corner pocket. And he's not risking it. Trying to get cover. Hasn't got it. And again, going for the jugular. Semi-pro looking to take the 6. He won't be messing about, I don't think. Oh well, it wasn't easy, and he's left nothing easy at all for Popman either. But again, this touch shot I'm talking about, he can run through the 6 and nail the cue ball to the 7, but dare he risk it? Will he get to a rail? And at last he's played the shot. He's got one right. But Semi-pro gets a hit and gets it reasonably safe. It's a thin cut, but in all honesty I think Popman's got to go for it. If it goes, it goes. Oh well, that's handy. The 7's gone in. He's going to have to bank the 8. Well, this time it should be all over. Just an off straight 8 ball and can drop in behind a 9. Well guys, it's just 6 hours have been here today for these 3 matches. We've certainly had 2 very close matches, and we've seen the demise of Popman on the winner's side. Semi-Pro runs out the winner by 14 racks to 8, but Popman, for goodness sake, you need to work on that touch. That's all I'm saying. Well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a cup of coffee and probably a couple of tabs, because I've got a bit of a sore head as well. I think it's staring at the screen and concentrating, or trying to concentrate. Well, it's been the full day for me. Thanks a lot for your company, guys, for those that stayed with it. Hope you enjoyed some of the matches. I certainly did, and I hope you can join me again at some time. Just remember that Larry and Sylvia match is ongoing, but I'm going to take a break. So take care, stay safe, keep your distance, and I will see you all again soon, no doubt at some point in the future. So till then, I'll see you later.